A deafening roar shakes the ground as entire stone towers collapse, splintering like twigs. The Academy, once a proud symbol of noble bloodlines and privilege, is nothing more than shattered rubble buried under smoke and flame. The air reeks of burning stone, scorched flesh, and the metallic tang of blood. And in the middle of the devastation, he stands. A boy. No, not even a man yet. Just a student. His robes are torn to shreds, his chest heaves with ragged breaths. His skin is cracked and bleeding. His body trembles as if one more strike will tear him apart completely. But his knees, shaking, buckling, do not touch the ground. He refuses to kneel. Across from him towers a figure that cannot possibly belong to the mortal world. Wreathed, in light so blinding it splits the smoke apart, a being shaped like a god descends, its every step making the earth groan and crack. Power radiates from it like a storm, crushing the battlefield under invisible weight. Even seasoned warriors, who once called themselves unbreakable, collapse to their knees, unable to breathe in its presence. This is no rival, no classmate, no teacher. This is the end itself made flesh. And yet, in front of that overwhelming presence, the broken orphan does not retreat. His fist, bloodied and trembling, tightens with desperate resolve. His eyes burn, with a light that does not belong to the powerless child they once ridiculed. How? The narrator's voice slices through the chaos. How did a powerless orphan, mocked, betrayed, forgotten, rise to defy the gods themselves? The answer is not given. Instead, the vision splinters. A boy kneels in the academy courtyard, his face shoved into the dirt as laughter rains down from those born into noble bloodlines. A hand stretches toward him in kindness, only to twist into betrayal, driving a blade between his shoulders while whispers of trash and worthless echo in his ears. Darkness swallows him whole, but within that darkness, something ancient stirs. A whisper not of comfort, but of power. Blood not of mortals, but of something far older, far more terrifying. The fragments sharpen, eyes snapping open, glowing with forbidden fire. An arena filled with gasps as he defeats his first true rival with ruthless, terrifying force. Enemies who once sneered now tremble. Allies who once pitied now stare in fear. And then, one final glimpse, blurred by blinding light. A lone figure, standing at the summit of existence, his shadow stretching across heaven and earth, as gods bow their heads in silence. But that is not where the story begins. To understand how an orphan clawed his way from the ashes of humiliation to the throne of divinity, we must go back. Back to the very beginning. The academy stood like a jewel carved into the mountainside, its marble walls catching the sunlight until they gleamed like polished silver. Banners of ancient houses rippled proudly in the wind, each embroidered crest telling a story of battles won and gods once sworn to their blood. To those gazing from the valley below, the academy was less a school and more a temple of promise, a citadel where the heirs of power were shaped into living legends. Only those blessed with noble blood, ancient ties, or extraordinary gifts ever walked its halls. To most it was paradise, but for him, it was a prison. He moved through the glittering corridors like a ghost among peacocks. His uniform was patched in 3 different places, seams loose, cuffs frayed, colors faded from too many washings. Even his shoes were worn to the leather, the soles nearly splitting with every step. It was the kind of attire that noble sons wouldn't allow their servants to wear, yet it was all he possessed. When others dined on roasted meats seasoned with saffron and wine poured from crystal decanters, he ate stale bread dipped in watery broth that tasted of little more than salt and regret. His bed was a narrow cot shoved into the draftiest corner of the dormitory, pressed against a damp wall that smelled perpetually of mold. To the heirs around him, he wasn't just poor. He was an orphan, And in this world, that meant something worse. No family crest, no lineage, no heritage to whisper of ancient gods or ancestral glory. He was nothing. Trash, they called him. A nameless boy who had no right to stand beneath their banners, no right to breathe the same air. Every day was a ritual of humiliation. In the courtyard, a noble heir deliberately extended his foot, sending him sprawling face first into the dirt. The crowd erupted with laughter, their voices sharp and merciless. "Careful, mud rat! You'll stain the stones with your filth!" Someone jeered, and the laughter only swelled. At meals, bowls were tipped over onto his lap, or trays of food were snatched away before he could eat. Once, a student dropped a slab of meat onto the floor and sneered, "Go on, beggar, crawl for it." He didn't. He went hungry instead, jaw clenched until it ached. In lectures, when he raised his hand to answer, instructors looked straight through him, as though his very presence were an inconvenience. They called instead on the sons of dukes and generals, praising even their clumsy attempts. When he scored higher than them in theory, the results were quietly shuffled. Noble names rose. His was struck out, as if by accident. Even the servants, who should have shared at least a little sympathy, whispered cruelly behind his back. "He doesn't belong here. No lineage, no future. He'll die nameless." And yet, he endured. Where others would have broken, he swallowed the insults, buried the pain, and walked forward. Bruises faded from his body in a single night. Wounds that should have lingered vanished by morning, leaving only faint lines. Exhaustion seemed to weigh him down each evening. But at dawn, his eyes burned again with relentless determination, as though something unseen pushed him onward. No one wanted to notice, but some did. During minor trials, the kind meant only to weed out the weakest, his instincts betrayed him. He moved too quickly, dodged too sharply. When a weighted spear swung toward him during a combat drill, his body twisted aside before his mind had time to understand the danger. When others faltered during endurance runs, he pressed on, panting but unbroken. It was as though some invisible hand tugged him away from death at the very last second, and then came the relic. The Academy's vaulted halls held a collection of ancient artifacts, sealed in glass, guarded day and night. Among them lay a sword older than the kingdom itself, a relic of a forgotten war. For centuries it had lain silent, nothing more than a dusty curiosity for scholars. But on that day, when the Orphan walked past its case, the blade stirred. For a heartbeat, the metal thrummed, glowing faintly with a light that hadn't been seen in hundreds of years. Several students gasped. One whispered, "Did you see that?" Another hissed, "Impossible." The instructors dismissed it quickly, their faces tight with unease. "Coincidence," they muttered. But coincidence has a way of repeating itself. Still, for all the hints, his life remained one of scorn. Other students made sport of him. They spilled his meals, pushed him into walls, left him bruised and limping. They called him mud rat, beggar, trash. Sometimes, late at night, when the dormitory was silent and the moonlight stretched pale across the floor, he almost believed them. Almost. There were a few who seemed to stand by him. A cheerful boy with quick hands and quicker jokes once slipped, bread across the table when no one else was watching. A sharp-eyed girl spoke to him only in hidden corners, away from the spies of her family. Were they friends? Perhaps, but he could never be sure. In a world where kindness so often hid knives, trust was dangerous. Were they drawn to him for who he was, or for what he carried unknowingly inside him? That uncertainty gnawed at him. It kept him from leaning on them fully, even when he wanted to. Here, loyalty was a currency, and betrayal an inevitability. The Academy was alive with sound, the clatter of boots across marble floors, the laughter of noble airs echoing in long corridors, the distant ring of blades clashing in the training yards. Every day was filled with music from gilded halls where minstrels played for the sons and daughters of high houses, while the orphan listened from shadows, his stomach growling as he smelled feasts prepared for those who would never share. One evening, during a feast, he lingered at the doorway. Tables overflowed with food. Pheasants roasted until their skin cracked. Bowls of grapes and figs, casks of honey wine. He wasn't invited, but hunger made him bold. A servant shoved him away before he could take a step inside, and laughter rose behind him. "Did you think you could sit with us, beggar? Dogs eat better than you," sneered a boy with rings on every finger. The words burned more than the empty stomach ever could. He slipped away into the shadows and told himself he would endure. He dreamed often of his parents, though he never knew them. His earliest memory was the orphanage matron telling him, "You were left with nothing. Nothing, except a stubborn will that refused to break." At night, staring at the cracked ceiling above his cot, he wondered if his blood really was worthless. If so, why did the whispers follow him? Sometimes in the stillness, when exhaustion pulled at his bones, a voice brushed against his thoughts. Faint, old, not cruel but not kind either. "Endure," it said once. Another time. Not yet. He tried to convince himself it was only his imagination, yet each time his body felt lighter the next morning, his wounds smaller, his fire brighter. He did not understand, and that mystery frightened him almost as much as it gave him hope. During combat practice, his humiliation was entertainment. Wooden swords struck his ribs and shoulders, blows coming not just from his opponent, but from those who circled like predators. "Stand up, mud rat!" they taunted as he staggered. Blood trickled from his lip, but he refused to fall. Each time he rose, the laughter grew sharper. The instructors turned their eyes away, unwilling to challenge the noble-born who tormented him. Yet one or two, older and more perceptive, frowned in silence. Whispers spread among students after the relic stirred, but whispers also reached the ears of masters. Instructors exchanged uneasy glances in corridors, their words hushed. "Impossible. His blood is common," one muttered. Another, with lines of worry carved deep in his face, said softly, "Perhaps not as common as we think." The boy never heard those words, but he felt their stares. Suspicion followed him now like a shadow. The cruelty worsened. In exams, answers he wrote were marked wrong even when correct. In sparring, noble rivals struck harder than rules allowed. He bore it in silence, rage smoldering beneath his calm. For every insult, he clenched his fists tighter. For every strike, he vowed to endure. Something within whispered that his suffering was not without purpose, that all the humiliation was sharpening him like a blade against stone, and the day would come when that blade would cut. In his silence, the fire only grew hotter, waiting for the moment to ignite. The nobles laughed too loudly to notice. The teachers dismissed him too quickly to care. But beneath the mockery, beneath the neglect, something ancient stirred. Something waiting, patient and timeless. And when it awakened, the academy that mocked him would never laugh again. Morning broke over the mountain like a blade through mist, carving lines of gold across the academy's terraces. The banners were already flying, drums already rolling, and the courtyards already crowded. Today, the academy's trials would begin, in earnest. Duels, exams, eliminations. The heirs of ancient houses came dressed in silk-lined battle gear, their crests stitched where the heart beat proudest. Instructors watched from marble balconies with tablets in hand and eyes like polished stone. The rules weren't posted, they were inherited. The ones who needed to read them weren't meant to be here. He arrived later than most, in the same patched uniform he'd scrubbed the night before with cold water. He could feel the sneers before he saw them. Nobles clustered like brightly dressed birds, tossing glances sharp enough to cut paper. A few smirked openly. A few looked away as if the sight of him offended them. He kept walking. There was no other direction to go. The head examiner raised a hand, his voice rolling through the courtyard like thunder. 3 gauntlets. Master any one, you advance. Master 2, you receive honors. Master all 3, you step into legend. The crowd erupted. Cheerful for some, hungry for others, afraid for those who would be crushed. The first gauntlet tested combat. Magical duels, no substitutions, no excuses. The arenas shimmered with layered wards, domes of faint light that glowed like bubbles in the sun. As students entered, sigils lit underfoot, matching them with opponents in an old language few could read without faking it. He was paired last, as usual, not by chance. The instructors liked the clean schedule when there were no delays, no need to announce a noble losing to anyone like him. His first opponent was a boy 2 years older and 3 rings richer, with a lacquered wand and a laugh that sounded like clinking silver. "Do not worry," the noble said, smiling without warmth. "I will make it fast." The crowd agreed. Some were already turning toward the next arena. The orphan bowed anyway. His opponent did not. The signal snapped the air. The noble moved first, sweeping his wand through a figure 8 that bloomed into a fan of fire. The orphan pivoted on instinct and felt the heat. Or rather, he felt the absence of heat where his body had already moved away from it. His mind caught up a heartbeat later. He wasn't faster. He simply was not where the flame expected him to be. He raised no shield, drew no arcane rune. He retreated a half step, and the fire sailed past with barely a curl of singed fabric. Murmur moved through the crowd. The noble's smile thinned. Sparks tumbled from his wand in beads, then formed into darts. The orphan angled his body again. Too quick, too precise, and the darts hissed by. He felt one graze his cheek, a cruel kiss. Blood welled. The noble saw the drop and grinned, thrusting his wand forward. Kneel. The instinct that had carried him so far hums. Left foot, plant, now. He braced and swept the air with an empty hand, feeling a pressure shift around his knuckles. It wasn't magic any instructor taught him. He couldn't even describe it fully. It was permission. The air allowed him. The world allowed him. The dart that should have pierced his throat wobbled, slowed, and fell, clattering across the warded floor like a bead of glass losing its will to be fire. "Impossible," someone whispered. Another voice added, "No spell?" The noble, offended by reality's refusal to obey, reached deeper. He began a complex incantation not usually, permitted in beginner brackets. The ward lines brightened as though to warn him. He didn't care. "I'll end this," he said too loudly, for the crowd to hear, and for the proctors to pretend they hadn't heard. Power gathered at the wand's tip, swallowing light like a tiny star going wrong. The orphan didn't move. He stared at the widening bright and felt that strange permission again, like a door inside the world had been left on the latch. He did not draw on it. It brushed against him anyway, like a great beast passing behind him in the fog. When the noble loosed the strike, the arena dome shuddered, yet the blast bent, glancing away at a sharp angle as though embarrassed to hit him. It tore a groove through the stone instead, leaving molten edges. The arena went silent. The head examiner lifted his stylus and lowered it again, as if uncertain what mark to make. "Enough," a proctor called. The duel was paused, not ended. The noble's mouth curled, humiliated but unwilling to accept it. He charged forward as if to bow, then wheeled and slammed his shoulder into the orphan's chest. The impact sent the orphan sprawling. Laughter rose from the stands. The proctors did not see the foul, or pretended not to. The orphan stood, ribs stinging, and bowed again. The noble flushed, at the courtesy more than the pain, and rushed into another spell. The orphan turned once more, and his hand came up. Of its own will, palm open, fingers loose, the noble's blaze hit that open hand and split like river water around a stone. The match ended with no winner on paper, only a note. Instability observed. The noble stalked away, snapping. Trash refuses to burn. In the stands, a man with hair like ice and eyes that saw too much leaned toward another instructor. That power should not exist here, he said quietly, and his colleague, older still, shushed him with a look that asked for silence and forgiveness. Both. The second gauntlet tested knowledge, the deadly kind. Students were marched down into the academies, inner catacombs where the air tasted of dust and whispering. Runes glowed fitfully on the walls, some of them warnings and some of them invitations pretending to be warnings. The test was called the Archive of Teeth because every mistake took a bite. Examinations here were not about parchment and ink. They were about survival. Relics slept in the dark. Things with minds slept beside them. A bell tolled. Candles lit themselves. The corridor split into 3 mouths, and the students were sorted by a logic the academy refused to explain. He was pushed toward the left-hand passage, with 3 other youths who did not meet his eyes, and one who did, and stared too long. "Stay close," that one said, soft and friendly. "It's a maze." "It's a test," the orphan replied. "Same thing," said the friendly boy, smiling faintly. The tunnel's first chamber was a hall of mirrors, but the glass was not clean. Dust lay like frost over every surface, and the mirrors showed not crisp reflections but old possibilities. The student you'd be if you lied today, the one who lived if you abandoned a friend, the one who wore a crest that was not his. Figures in the glass whispered bargains, the sound soft as silk over steel. The other students looked away. He did not. He stared into a mirror that offered him a name, a family, a ring of gold, and a place at long tables. The mirror's breath fogged the air. "You were always meant to be chosen," it murmured. "I wasn't," he said. The glass trembled like something wounded. "I will be." He passed on. Behind him, 2 students who tried to accept their alternate lives coughed and fell to their knees, their lungs filling with the dust of what they weren't. Proctors watched from alcoves, stone-faced, quills poised. They wrote nothing for him. The next chamber flooded without water. A tide of whispers rolled through, memory and fear braided together. The exam asked for a single truth spoken aloud in the dark. A wrong truth cut like a blade. He waited while the others muttered. One said, "I am strong." The dark laughed and pressed her to the floor. Another said, "I fear nothing." The dark licked his cheek and left a welt. The friendly boy whispered, "I belong here," and the dark kissed his forehead like a blessing. When it was his turn, the orphan said nothing for a long time. He felt the voice in his bones again, the one he tried to deny. Not yet. Endure. He tasted blood where he'd bitten his lip hours ago. Then he said, "I am not enough, but I will be more." The dark receded, not pleased, not angry, curious. They reached the vault of relics near the end of the gauntlet. Wards circled the room like leashed wolves, each one eager to bite. In the center stood a plinth with a sealed box upon it, and around the edges hung artifacts in glass like trapped stars. The task was simple. Identify a relic's story without touching it. Students crowded glass cases, reciting pedigrees they'd learned at banquets. He drifted past a mask, a spearhead, a broken crown that still bled light along its fracture. Then a piece of hammered bronze drew his attention, a disc etched with spiral lines that met and parted like tides. Name an era, a proctor snapped. Bored already. He swallowed. It's older than the kingdom. It was used to quiet storms, but it could also awaken them. It was buried on purpose because it did both too well. Sources? The proctor asked, raising an eyebrow. He opened his mouth and nearly said the truth. I can hear it, remember. He shut his mouth. None I can cite. Then you have none, the proctor said. The stylus scratched. Insufficient. As the proctor turned away, the bronze disc sighed, a thin vibration that tickled the air. The lights dimmed for a second. Someone far away said, "Did you see?" and then said nothing more, because saying nothing was safer. By dusk, the archive released its survivors. They emerged with chalk on their fingers and dust in their teeth, squinting into the lowering light. He came out last but upright, with a smear of soot under one eye that he didn't bother to wipe away. He had passed. Barely. On paper, he had almost failed. In truth, the archive had looked back at him and did not know what it was seeing. That discomfort tasted like a promise. The third gauntlet took place under the open sky. The ascension circuit, a spiral of platforms that climbed around a shattered tower. Each platform presented a different calamity. Some stank of smoke and tested endurance. Others crackled with illusions so convincing that even the heartbeat you felt in your throat wasn't yours. A bell rang for each student who reached the top. Most bells stayed silent. He started slow. The first platform threw fire. He took a breath and stepped only where the air felt kinder. The second platform built a storm around him, sky opening its mouth and screaming rain. He kept the rhythm of his feet to the drumbeat of thunder. The third platform sent phantom hands to pull at his ankles. He looked down once, saw nothing, and stepped anyway. By the fourth, his lungs clawed for air. By the fifth, his vision narrowed as if the world were trying to close around him like a fist. He reached the sixth platform on knees that didn't want to bend anymore. A noble boy, older, broader, crest bright as a wound, waited there with 4 friends. Their smiles could have been mistaken for welcome at a distance. Up close, they looked like wolves when the shepherd is sleeping. Good to see you made it, beggar, the leader said. We worried. I doubt that, the orphan replied, breathing shallowly. True, the noble said, laughing. We didn't. His hand tightened around a baton carved with small, mean runes. This station is a relay. We pass power to each other to cross. You just need to hold on. It was almost kind. The way a hunter is kind to the rabbit by stroking its fur before the snap. He extended the baton. The orphan reached. The first shock sent a jolt up his arm that clawed his heart from the inside. He reeled. The boys closed in, batons touching his ribs, back, neck in turn. The runes flared. The proctors above pretended to be occupied by other students. Hold on, the leader murmured, his breath sour with wine and victory. Or you'll fall. The world whitened into sound, lightning without light, pain without place. He felt himself drop to one knee and heard someone cheering as if this were a performance, because it was. The baton clattered from his hand. He groped for it. A heel stepped on his fingers. Bones popped. Laughter rose like a choir. Then the air shifted. The permission returned. No, it reached for him. A pressure in the bones. A memory in the blood that was not his, yet was entirely his. He took a breath that hurt and felt the storm the platform conjured breathe back. He did not ask. He allowed. Heat that should have burned curved around him. The baton sang when he picked it up again, as if it were relieved. Enough, he said, voice raw, and extended the baton back. The leader didn't take it. He stared, pupils pinpricked. What are you? He whispered, Fear softened the edges of his mouth. "Passing," the orphan said, and stepped through. The 6th bell rang. Low, uncertain, but it rang. By the time he reached the top, the sky had dressed itself in violet and ash. Only a handful of students stood there. The head examiner made notes and offered nods that meant different things to different bloodlines. When the examiner's gaze touched him, it skittered away as though something in the orphan's eyes made it hard to focus. "Results are posted at dawn," a proctor announced. "Celebrate or study, as suits your station." He did neither. He walked the perimeter of the topmost platform, breathing in air cold enough to cleanse the taste of dust. The shattered tower stretched its broken ribs into the evening like a skeleton insisting it had once held a heart. He pressed his hand to the stone and listened. Faint at first, then clearer. A whisper. Not words. A shape of intent, older than the academy itself. It recognized him. The recognition was not quite welcome, not quite threat. On his way down from the tower, the friendly boy from the archive fell into step beside him. "You looked good up there," the boy said, easy and warm. "Most people fall on the 5th. "I nearly did," the orphan admitted. Honesty cost nothing he possessed. "They'll pretend they didn't see anything unusual," the boy continued, voice dropping. "But they saw. They always see." He held out a hand. "We should watch each other's backs." He hesitated. The face was open, the tone sincere. The academy had taught him that both could be masks without holes. Still, he took the hand. "All right," he said. "For now." They walked together through the dim corridors, past torches that hissed with oil. They stopped before a storage hall where the wall had been recently repaired. Stone mismatched, mortar still wearing the scent of lime. "Shortcut," the boy said, pushing the door. It opened on a stairwell that sank like a throat. "Leads to the dorms." Fewer eyes. He followed. Steps counted themselves underfoot. The air cooled. The stone grew damp. Torches guttered, then steadied again. Someone had tended them recently. The boy's footsteps chimed ahead with a confidence that felt rehearsed. At the landing, the boy paused, gesturing toward a half-open arch. "There's a wash before the dorms. You're bleeding." He said it with concern. He said it like a friend would say it. The orphan wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. It came away red and black. He nodded and stepped into the archway's shadow. And the floor wasn't there. He did not fall far at first. He slid on angled stone to a lower level where the air smelled wrong, like iron shavings and old thunder. Runes etched into the floor flared hungry and pale. A ring clamped shut around his ankle. Not metal, but light, pretending to be metal. He grabbed at it instinctively and burned his palm. The boy appeared above, framed by torchlight and darkness. Face a stranger's now. 4 other shapes loomed behind him. The wolves from the 6th platform. "We're sorry," the boy said, voice carrying badly in the chamber. "But someone has to pay." He did not look sorry. He looked young and determined and very afraid. If you were born wrong, the academy cannot fix it. It can only remove it. The runes crawled up the orphan's leg like frost made of needles. His muscles seized hard, enough to make his jaw clack. He tried to tear free, and the ring tightened, tightening again to show him that it could. The chamber's sigils pulsed. A whisper rose from the stone, and finally made itself into words. Old, quiet, inevitable. That power should not exist here. He laughed then, a small sound, cracked at the edges. "I didn't ask for it," he said. "Neither did we." The leader answered. He lifted a baton and touched it to a pillar carved with concentric circles. The circles spun like gears. Light drew a line across the floor toward the ring on the orphan's ankle, found it, and bit down. Pain became the only thing left in the world. He didn't hear his own scream so much as he noticed how quickly the echoes brought it back. His breath sawed in and out. His fingers dug grooves in the stone that should not have yielded to human hands. The permission in the air, the beast in the fog, both stood just out of reach now, watching, waiting. The boys above spoke softly, taking turns holding the baton as though the ritual required patience and shifts. The friendly boy looked down longest, guilt catching in his throat like a fishbone. He swallowed it. "It's better this way," he whispered to no one. "It doesn't," the orphan whispered, and pulled. Something inside him moved. Not a power he called, a boundary that decided it had been patient enough. The ring of knot metal shivered. The runes faltered for the length of a heartbeat. The baton's light flickered like a thought changing its mind. He yanked again, not with muscle but with refusal older than sinew, and the ring cracked. A sound, like ice breaking, shot through the chamber. Dust curled off the ceiling in slow streamers. "End it," the leader hissed, and slammed the baton against the pillar. The concentric circles spun faster, teeth meshing. Light scissored. The runes bit again, deeper this time, up his calf, his thigh, burrowing for the spine. He was going to die here, nameless under the academy that had never learned him, for a sin he had not committed. He could taste it, a tin edge, a coin on, the tongue. He closed his eyes to make the world smaller and reached for the permission again. The beast in the fog leaned close at last, its breath cold and ancient. Not kind, not cruel, present. The ring blew apart, not outward, not inward, apart, as if it had never agreed to be a single thing. The light under the floor gasped and went out. The pillar cracked from base to cap, a clean line as if a carpenter had measured it. Above, the boys stumbled. One fell to his knees. The friendly boy reached down a hand, unable to help himself, habit fighting terror. The orphan did not. "Take it!" He stood on a leg that wasn't ready, almost fell, then did not. The baton spat a little light, and then gave up. The chamber smelled now of cold iron and rain before it falls. The permission retreated again, leaving him shaking and almost empty. "Still here," it seemed to say. "For now." The boys scattered, not with shouts, with the silent panic of children who have set a fire and realize too late how quickly flames learn. The friendly boy lingered one breath longer, his mouth opening on the shape of an apology he'd never let himself speak. He closed it. He ran. Alone. In the broken chamber, the orphan pressed his palm to the cracked pillar. The stone remembered something and let him hear it. Footsteps long ago, a voice not unlike his saying, "I did not ask for this either." Then the memory closed, leaving him with the echo and the ache. He took the long way back to the dorms, avoiding eyes. He washed his hands until the water ran clear. He lay down on the narrow cot and watched the ceiling fail to fall. Outside, the mountain wind tested the shutters and decided to come back another night. Inside, his breath finally evened out. He did not sleep. He counted the seconds instead, not to pass them but to keep them from getting away. By dawn, the results were posted. Nobles laughed, indifferent to anything that didn't glitter for them. Instructors squinted, frowning at lines that did not add up. The head examiner tapped the column with a stylus and closed his ledger too hard. He found his name near the bottom. He was there. Barely. He was still here. As he turned to leave, a hand like winter touched his shoulder. The ancient instructor, with hair like ice, leaned close enough that the world shrank to his breath and the words inside it. "Listen carefully," the old man murmured. "You must learn very quickly how to hide whatever this is, not because you are weak, because they are." He paused, and because the thing that recognizes you will not be patient forever. Will it kill me? The orphan asked. It will save you, the instructor said. And that will feel very similar. Night draped the academy in a velvet hush, the sort of quiet that pretends to be mercy. Lanterns guttered along the colonnades, throwing thin petals of light over stone. A drizzle clung to the eaves and tapped the gutters in a rhythm that sounded almost like breath. Beneath the dormitories, the mountain had a deeper silence, the old quiet of things that remember. He walked into that quiet because he trusted the voice that had beckoned him there. Storage hall, 3rd sublevel, the message had said, folded like a promise into his boot. No signature, no crest, just a mark in the margin like a dew-bright spiral. The same tiny mark the friendly boy drew absently with the tip of his finger whenever he was thinking. He told himself the summons meant opportunity. An apology, perhaps, or an alliance that needed shadows to take root. He told himself that if there were knives waiting, he had already been cut so many times that a few more would hardly matter. But his stomach had its own opinion of courage, and it trembled when he lifted the latch. The 3rd sublevel smelled of lime dust and wet stone. Old shelves leaned against older walls, and crates waited like sleeping animals, sealed with wax and thread. He saw no one. He heard the mountain breathe. He set his hand against a pillar and felt the faintest answering thrum, like a heartbeat, hundreds of feet below. A whisper without words pressed against his ribs as if to warn or welcome. He could never tell which. Hello? His voice collapsed into the corridor and didn't come back. He stepped farther in. The door sighed shut behind him like a satisfied mouth. They didn't announce themselves with bravado. They didn't need to. 4 figures stepped out of the aisles as though they had grown there, and a 5th sat on a crate with one ankle crossed. Over the other, a baton ticking into his palm like a metronome. The leader of the 6th platform smiled with all his teeth. Beside him, the friendly boy did not smile at all. We asked for a quiet meeting, the leader said, tone genial enough to be insult. You've been busy. People are talking. The orphan let his hands hang open and empty. About what? About how the air refuses to burn you, the leader said. About relics that wake up when you stroll by. About a boy with no name being seen by things that do not see. He leaned forward. About an error in the order of the world. The friendly boy studied the floorboards. You should have told me, he said, almost gently. We could have hidden it together. There is nothing to tell, the orphan said. The words tasted like smoke. I don't know what it is, and that, the leader murmured, is why you cannot be allowed to keep it. 2 of them lifted iron rings braided with rune wire. The rings weren't for wrists or necks. They were for ankles, for dragging. The friendly boy didn't reach for a ring. He drew chalk instead, and the way his hand moved told the orphan he had practiced these lines in secret places. A circle opened on the floor, like a mouth remembering how to speak. Don't, the orphan said. A request, not a threat. This won't go the way you think. That is the point, the leader said, and the baton clicked once, twice. We intend to decide the way. They were cautious. He could almost forgive them for that. The runes they used had a habit of eating the hearts of the careless. They did not grab him and push him to the floor. They asked the chalk to persuade the stone. The circle rose by a hand's breadth, thin as a blade, and then the floor gave. He fell as a lantern falls, quickly, then slowly, then not at all, because the world became impact and ribs and a sound like a mouthful of coins. He tasted iron and dust. He tried to breathe and found the air full of glass. He rolled. Something in his shoulder said a word he wasn't meant to hear. When he pushed himself up, the ankle ring had already found him. It coiled out of the chalk like a snake and latched, with a hiss, the first tooth of its bite sinking through skin with the cold of old metal. He reached for it, and the coil brightened, and his fingers recoiled on their own. Above, faces looked down through the hole. 4 wolves and 1 lamb who had borrowed a wolfskin. The friendly boy's eyes were wet and furious, not with hatred, but with belief. "If we delay, someone else will do worse," he said. "We are giving you a quiet end." "Quiet," the leader agreed. "And merciful." He tapped the baton against the chalk. The lines around the ring fattened, then spread out in a web, each strand hunting for a bone to anchor its hunger. The orphan's breath stuttered as the web climbed his leg, his hip, the hinge of his spine. Pain came in a clean sheet. No price was asked. Only payment collected. It didn't feel like heat or knives or thunder. It felt like a decision had been made without him, and his body had been informed. He bit the inside of his cheek until he tasted blood, as if blood were a door he might slip through. The chamber around him was narrow and tall, a dry cistern that had forgotten water. The walls were etched with old sigils, some crossed out, some half scraped, some layered with newer meanings the way panic layers over intention. The drip he heard was not water. It was wax from the lantern above, falling in patient beads that vanished before they reached him. Between drips, he could hear the mountain think. "Talk to me," the leader called. "Say your last clever thing. Convince us. That's what beggars do." He said nothing, not because he lacked words, but because the ring of not metal clamped tighter when he opened his mouth, as if the circle had grown tired of sound. He remembered the examiner's ledger closing hard enough to hurt the air. He remembered the instructor, with hair like winter, saying, "Hide it, because they are weak." He remembered thinking he could hide a storm by standing still in it. The friendly boy leaned down, hands on his knees. "I wanted it to be different." "You could walk away," the orphan rasped. He could feel the shape of his ribs out of order. "That would be different enough." The boy's throat worked. "I can't." "Then don't pretend to be sorry," the orphan said. "Do it or don't." The leader's smile thinned. "End this," he said, and the baton struck the chalk again. Light threaded through the web. The ring shivered happily. The orphan's spine tried to belong to someone else. He had known pain before. He had worn it like a threadbare shirt his whole life. But this was pain with an education. It knew the corridors of the body. It locked the doors and opened the windows. He screamed once, then stopped because the scream had nowhere to go. The room kept it. Time narrowed until it became only now. Now, and the bright edge of it. He remembered brief things to anchor himself. The sour wine on the noble's breath, the shape of the friendly boy's hands, the cold taste of rain caught in the hollow of his collarbone the night he watched the tower's ribs against the sky. He tried to hold those shapes the way a drowning hand tries to hold water. Above, voices moved like moths around a candle. "Is it working?" someone asked. "He isn't dying." "Everything dies," the leader said mildly. "Even mistakes. And if the ring breaks?" "It won't," the leader said, because he had to say it, and because he didn't believe it. When the crack came, it was not in the ring. It was behind his eyes, a seam splitting between thought and hunger. The permission he had felt so many times arrived without asking and stood beside him in a shape he could not see. It didn't speak. It made a place for him, the way a parent makes space at a table and pretends there is no miracle in the making. He was on his back. He knew it, because the ceiling had learned his face. Between one heartbeat and the next, the ceiling became a sky he remembered from no life he had lived, black as cooled iron, slick with stars. A figure stepped onto that dark, not heavy but consequential. It wore the history of 1,000 winters in its hair. Its hands were scarred with victories that others called losses. When it looked down at him, the ceiling cracked like old ice, and the cold of the stars ran into his throat. "Not yet," said the figure, and its voice was not air. It was the weight that gravity wears when it means to keep you. You are small, and that is honest. You are hungry, and that is faithful. You are afraid, and that is wise. But you cannot die here. The debt refuses to be paid so cheaply. He tried to speak. The ring tightened and told him it had other plans for his mouth. He did not need a mouth. The figure knelt and pressed a finger to his sternum, and a door he had not known existed swung on a hinge he had always felt. Behind that door, a library burned quietly, each book a bloodline, each shelf a city. A name lived there, heavy as an oath. It was not his. It was the original of his. It was the stone from which his shard had fallen. "You are of us," the figure said, neither tender nor cruel. "You have been asked to be less. You will not be." "What will I be?" He didn't hear himself ask. He recognized the shape of the question the way one recognizes one's own shadow on a stranger's wall. "Unhidden," said the figure. "That is all. Unhidden things are always called disasters by those who are not ready." Light threaded the edges of his vision. Not white, not gold. The color that copper remembers when it chooses to be blood. The web of runes flared in objection. The ring clenched as if to splinter his bones into more manageable pieces. The figure's hand turned, and with it turned the world, just enough for one breath to get through without asking permission. He took that breath. He took 3 more. With the 4th, the ring's grip faltered for a fractional forgiveness of a second. Pain made a cathedral of him. But there in the nave, something knelt. He could not tell if it was a god ashamed of its own appetite or a man who had once been a god and learned humility at last. He did not care. He said yes to it in the only language pain allows. He did not stop. Above, the friendly boy had stopped drawing. His chalk hung in midair. His face had learned a new word. "It's waking," he whispered. "Then press harder." The leader snapped, but his voice betrayed him by remembering softness. "Press. Finish." The boy pressed. The chalk broke. The circle hiccuped and spit a spark that took a liking to the leader's bootlace. He stamped it out with impressive dignity for a man whose shoelace had just tried to declare independence. He pulled, not with muscle, with refusal, with the ugly, beautiful obstinacy of those who have been told no so many times that the word becomes a lever. The ring of knot metal remembered being ore in a seam that belonged to no crest, and groaned as if the memory hurt. A hairline crack opened at the place where his ankle met the light. It wasn't enough. He pressed the crack wider with grief he had not used, and breath he had not spent. The ring broke like a promise. The floor did not explode. It sighed, and everything on it remembered gentleness for the span of a blink. The web dimmed. The runes sulked. The circle loosened as disappointment does when it recognizes it will not be fed tonight. He crawled to his knees, and the world tilted toward him as if to apologize for being round. The figure on the star-slick ceiling, no, not the ceiling, the place behind things, watched without blinking. "You will be unready," it warned, "and they will call you wrong. Wear both names and walk." "What are you?" he asked, because he wanted to be correct even in his shaking. "Ancestor god lie?" "Yes," said the figure, in the tone of someone who has lost the luxury of being. Singular. The ring fell away. The leg that had been a map of electricity became briefly a stranger's, and then grudgingly his again. His palms stung where stone had eaten them. He gripped the lip of the ruptured circle and hauled himself up by inches that tried to be miles. Above, the friendly boy had taken 3 steps back without meaning to. The others had taken none, because pride is very bad at reverse. "Stay down," the leader commanded, and there was something like a plea in it. He lifted the baton. The runes along its shaft flared. Light gathered into a bead the size of a tear that had learned to hate. "For your sake, for ours, for the world's," the friendly boy said, not loud enough to convince the world. "Please." The orphan stood. He didn't mean to. His body did not ask him. He stood the way a tide stands, by remembering the shape of a shore. The bead tore toward him. He opened a hand that did not feel like his, and the bead changed its mind at the last possible instant. It curled around his fingers like a tame thing that has never been tame, and then forgot itself and went out. No one cheered. No one ran. The chamber learned to be larger, so that fear could have room to pace. The leader made an ugly sound that was supposed to be authority. "Again," he said to the baton, as though it were the disobedient one. He drew on it until his wrist shook. He shouted the name of a minor storm, and the storm declined, busy elsewhere. He did not attack. He did not know how. He simply refused, and the world accommodated him, as if it were relieved to finally be asked for less. Stone softened under his bare feet. The lantern stopped dripping wax and held its breath. The chalk found itself to be chalk and flaked away from the floor in embarrassed scabs. Power rushed him then, the first taste like biting a fruit no one had told him has a pit. Sweet until it hurts, and then sweet because it hurts. It roared along the lines of him, eager to prove it could fill every room if given a window. It wanted to be everything at once: shield, spear, song. His vision shimmered, edges duplicate, and then triplicate. The chamber doubled. The boys above doubled. The pain he had known doubled, and asked if he would call it by another name now. He almost did. He almost threw the doubled world back at them to see which one would stick. But a quieter knowledge, perhaps the figures, perhaps his own, held him by the sleeve. Not yet. Endure. He drew the power in, trying to fold it the way one folds a flag, reverent and awkward, aware that the cloth is both symbol and weapon. It resisted, eager to run feral. It wanted to lake in the cistern of him and overflow. It wanted his bones hollowed and used as flutes. "Breathe," said the figure that might have been an ancestor or a god or the last honest version of his blood. "Breath is border. Make a border." He breathed. The taste of copper changed to rain. The doubled edges shrank back to one. The baton's light relented, sulking behind the leader's knuckles. He let the power sit where his ribs used to ache. He invited it to pool there and nowhere else, the way one invites a dangerous guest to a small table and keeps the knives in a different room. The friendly boy dropped his chalk. It broke again, offended by gravity's insistence. "We can say, 'We didn't,'" he said quickly, eyes wide as coins. "We can say we tried to warn him and he fell and we couldn't." "You will say nothing," the leader hissed. But he didn't finish the sentence because sentences have to cross a bridge called certainty, and his had washed out. The orphan climbed the last of the broken steps and stepped into the ring of them. No one moved. He could feel the world listening the way a crowd listens to a coin roll on a table. What face will it show when it stops? He did not raise his hand. He did not bow. He said, "Don't do this again." And the room heard the voice of the figure in the ceiling behind his voice, and did not like the chord they made together. The leader took a single step back, small enough to be dignified if no one looked directly. "If you were a danger before," he said, trying to put his feet back under his tongue, "you are a catastrophe now." "Only if you push," the orphan said. "Only if you insist." The friendly boy's face cracked down the middle where belief had been mortar. "We did what we had to," he whispered, to the wall, to the chalk, to the part of himself that still wanted to be kind. "Didn't we?" No one answered. The lantern had opinions, but they were not useful to people. He left them there, alive, which felt like an argument he might regret later. The corridor beyond had learned a new draft. The stone sweated. As he limped toward the stair, power prowled under his skin, curious as a newly awakened animal that has just discovered it owns teeth. Every scuff of his heel on the treads sent a ripple through the handrail, Wood remembering it had once been a tree and tree's bow for no crest. At the threshold of the storage hall, his leg almost gave. He leaned into the jam, and the jam leaned back in a gesture so unhuman that it almost felt like kindness. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd kept behind his teeth. He did not cry. He saved crying for prices he chose to pay. The campus above had fallen into that wet hush that follows rain. Torches made shallow halos. The moon wore a bruise and pretended it was silver. He crossed the quad with the gait of someone who has already survived the worst thing tonight and refuses to show the second worst how to find him. At the dormitory door, a shadow detached itself from the pillar. Not a boy, not a wolf, an instructor. Hair, like winter, eyes like a ledger that had balanced itself on the wrong day. The old man took him in with a glance, and then let the glance be mercy. "How many?" he asked, as if counting were a balm. "5, the orphan said. 4, and a question. Names? I'll keep them," he said, "for interest." The old man nodded as if the interest rate was fair. He didn't reach to steady the boy, which was a kindness of its own. "It spoke to you," he said, not asking. "It has been clearing its throat for weeks. Tonight it tried a sentence." "It threatened to finish one," the orphan said. "I told it not yet." "That will work," the instructor said, "until it does not." He made it to his cot. He made it to stillness. The ceiling tried to remember how to be ordinary. He stared until it learned. The ring on his ankle had left a necklace of burns that would be gone by morning. He hated that. Healing felt like erasure when the wound was a witness. Sleep came like a thief who was poor at his work, noisy, regretful, leaving more behind than he took. In the dark of that thin sleep, the figure returned, not above him, but beside him, as if the room had agreed to hold one more shape. It did not sit. Gods and ancestors do not sit. They lean on time and pretend the posture is enough. "You should have died," it said. "Not judgment, inventory. They tried to give you a small ending. You refused. Good. I don't know how to hold this," he said. "It is heavy, and it has no handle." "It will give you one," the figure said, "and then it will take your hand with it if you are not careful." He tried to laugh, and made a sound that would have embarrassed laughter. "What are you to me?" "Debt," it said simply. "And warning. And a path. Your name is a letter, in a word you have not learned to read. Do not let them teach you to spell it wrong." Who are they? The figure did not need to look toward the ceiling to indicate the world. Everyone who believes the door you carry should remain locked, because they fear what is on the other side. Many of them are kind. Kindness is no proof against fear. Woke to the soft blue of almost dawn, and the ache that follows the kind of night that rearranges you. The mirror in the washroom had learned not to make eye contact. He washed the ash from his hair and rubbed salve into places that did not want mercy. He wrapped his ankle. He wrapped his doubt tighter. He put on his patched uniform and cinched it as if it could be armor against opinions. When he opened the dormitory door, the morning had teeth. The notice boards clicked as parchment settled. Voices gathered like crows and pretended to be songbirds. The results of the trials waded in. Rows of names and numbers, a polite massacre. He did not read at first. He watched others read and catalog the shapes their faces made. Triumph has its own grammar. So does loss. So does indifference. When he finally let his eyes fall to his line, he found the number he had expected, and the placement he had expected. Barely. He was there. He was still here. A scatter of nobles glanced up at him with the absent cruelty of people who cannot imagine the cost of oxygen. The friendly boy stood farther back, jaw set, eyes red. He did not speak. The leader of the 6th platform smoothed his cuffs with a concentration that told the truth no one else would say. The night had not gone according to plan, and plans are brittle when they shatter. The ancient instructor threaded through them, all like a winter wind that finds the draft in every house. He stopped near the board, not looking at it, as if acknowledging writing made it more permanent. "You will walk carefully today," he said to the air, and the air agreed by not moving. He did walk carefully, not with fear, with a precision that pretended to be humility. In the refectory, he took the last bench and left room beside him no one dared fill. In the courtyard, he chose the shadow of a column that hated gossip. In lectures, he wrote as if the ink were expensive. He hid the storm in the cup of his ribs and refused to sip. But even stillness has weight, and weight attracts measurement. 2 proctors spoke to him in the afternoon and called it routine review. They asked if he had felt unwell. They asked if he had noticed anomalies. They asked if he had been approached by anyone suspicious. He said yes to the first, yes to the second, and to the third, he smiled with all his teeth and said, "Everyone here is suspicious. It is a school for it." They wrote that down, the way bored men copy a curse without knowing it. At twilight, when the stone went lavender, and the mountain forgot to be stern for a few breaths, he climbed the broken tower again and sat where the wind could push through him. He lowered his head and let the ache of survival have the length of one song. That was all he allowed it. When he raised his head, the figure stood at the parapet, not casting a shadow because it would have been impolite to the evening. "You held," it said, in a tone that was almost proud and therefore almost cruel. "You bent without breaking. They will not stop." "I know," he said. "Good," it said. Because this was not an ending, it was a rehearsal. He waited for the fear to arrive. It didn't. Something else did. Something like certainty trying on his bones to see if they fit. It was unsteady. It would be unsteady for a long time. He could taste the edge of the power even now, metal bright, wanting to become everywhere. He told it, not yet, and it sulked and settled and purred against his ribs. He suspected it would. Choose a worse word one day. Down in the courtyards, lanterns kindled again. The academy resumed its pretense of being a place of learning instead of a calculus of hunger. He watched until the shapes of people became the kind of small that makes mercy easier to give. Then he stood. He placed both hands on the warm stone and felt the tower's old wound pulse under his palms, a heartbeat as slow as mountains keep. "Thank you," he said to the stone, to the figure, to the boy he had been this morning who did not know he would have to survive being murdered by belief. The wind carried the thanks away and hid it where the mountain would remember. He descended not like a king returning to court, but like a worker clocking into night shift. Every step added to a numb ledger. Every landing negotiated its truce with pain. Below, the dormitory door stood where he had left it, quiet, undecided, practicing its future of opening and closing for people who did not know how to enter or leave. When he lay down, the cot bowed and then forgave him. He breathed. He counted. He did not sleep for a long time, and when he did, the sleep did not dare be deep. The figure did not come again, or perhaps it did, and chose not to be seen, which is not so different from leaving someone alone. By morning, rumors had learned to grow legs. He cheated the archive, someone said. He broke the circuit, said another. He bent fire. He bribed a judge. He's a monster. He's a miracle. He should be expelled. He should be studied. He should be crowned. He should be buried. There is a reason rumors multiply faster than facts. Rumors bear no weight and facts require spines. He drank water, ate bread, and let the words pass by as if he were a fence they would tire of climbing. Inside, the power watched the rumors with interest, the way a cat watches leaves and decides whether each one deserves a pounce. He met the friendly boy in a corridor where echoes go to learn manners. The boy stopped as if arrested by his own shoes. He began, and the letter hung in the air like a lantern whose chain has jammed. You chose, the orphan said gently, because gentleness is a weapon too. I chose after you did. That is the whole story. I thought it would keep you safe. It did not, he said. But I am still here. I am sorry, the boy whispered at last, for himself as much as for the night. I know, the orphan said. That is why it hurts. He walked past. The corridor remembered to echo again. He guessed the next move would not be a circle or a ring. It would be a word in a ledger, a tilt of a scale, a door that refused to open. He promised himself he would learn to walk through walls politely. The figure approved, though it did not say so. Approval rustled the pages of the burning library behind his sternum, where the books did not scream, because they had long ago agreed to be burned if burning taught better reading. And if he let himself wonder, only as long as a held breath. What? He had awakened. He wondered also what had awakened him. The answer did not come. It stretched like dawn does, slowly, stubbornly, promising light on its own schedule. This was not an ending. This was a door, and the room it led to had weather inside it. He rose. He washed. He laced boots that had learned the shape of his will. He stepped into the corridor with a back that would not bow, and a throat that would not beg. He held the power in the cup of his ribs, and promised it a horizon if it behaved. But this awakening, it was only the beginning. The true storm was yet to come. Morning found the mountain shivering with rumor. Word ran ahead of him like sparks blown off a forge. The orphan was dead. The orphan had fled. The orphan had been taken below and swallowed by the stone. By the time he crossed the upper quad, conversation slowed and stalled, as if a hand had closed around the campus's throat. Torches guttered in broad daylight. A flock of doves scattered from the bell tower without anyone ringing the bell. He walked through the middle of them. Students, proctors, servants, the silk-bright heirs of houses that owned rivers, and the men who mended their roofs. Exactly, as he always had, only now the air moved differently. It didn't cling, it bent. The cloth of his patched uniform did not billow, but the light around it seemed to thicken, and then decide uneasily to let him pass. Wards along the colonnade hummed softly when he stepped beneath them, as though the magic preferred to announce that it still existed. Impossible, a girl whispered, and then, more softly, as if to keep the campus from hearing, unfair. He could feel the place measuring him. Windows reflected him in passing, and then flinched away, refusing to hold his shape. The stones underfoot were polite, but they remembered the shape of last night's cracks. Even the sky had questions. It remembered the taste of the storm he made himself refuse. He kept his gaze level. To look left or right would be to admit theater, and he had had enough of theaters that charged him admission in blood. He headed for the notice boards because everyone else did, because living required doing ordinary things correctly. As he moved, heat peeled off him in quiet waves, not fever, but friction, like the air tried to brush past him and discovered it had grown hands. A few students edged away as if he carried a contagious season. By the boards, the ancient instructor, with hair like winter, was already waiting, not looking at the lists. The old man's posture was as careless as a trapdoor. "You're punctual," he murmured when the boy stopped beside him. "Being late makes you a story," the orphan said, and found his own voice fuller, steadier, as if it had been hollowed out and filled with something heavier than sound. "I don't want any more stories." "Then you're at the wrong school," the old man replied, and the corner of his mouth twitched in what some people would call humor, and most would call mercy. The results were what he expected. Not high, not gone, still here. He took the news like water. Swallowed, not tasted. Behind him, whispers shuffled. The friendly boy stood at the edge of the crowd, eyes bruised with sleeplessness, hands empty of chalk, empty of anything that looked like conviction. The leader of the sixth platform pretended to find a speck on his sleeve fascinating, the way a man pretends not to see his reflection in a blade. Every time the orphan's shadow touched him, the noble's shoulder tightened, a flinch dressed as posture. Classes did not stop because a rumor failed. Bells barked the day forward. The academy did what it does best, act normal with unbearable effort. But normal had moved. The first lecture hall he entered forgot its business for 2 long breaths. Dust motes turned like fish in water when he crossed the threshold. The instructor lost her first sentence and had to borrow another. She cleared her throat. Today we continue with the theory of ward interactions. When he sat, the bench creaked and then settled as if negotiating a truce. On his left, a noble slid a few inches away. On his right, a girl who had once shared bread with him moved half an inch closer, then half an inch back, ending up exactly where she started, which was honesty. He did not meet her eye. He did not meet anyone's eyes. If he looked too long, reflections happened that had nowhere to live. Between the lines of the lecture, between the pictograms chalked with dutiful hands, the walls began to speak. Not with voices, with attention. He felt the arrangement of the hall, a curve of stone arguing with the window, a beam above that did not want to hold its weight today, the way ward lines crossed under the floor and hissed briefly when they touched him. He traced those crossing points with his mind, the way one traces scars with a thumb. Power pawed gently at the door of his ribs and asked, "Now?" He shook his head without moving it. Not yet. By afternoon, the academy had decided it would test him again, if only to prove to itself that it could. Remedial dual assessment, the posting said, which was the kind of phrase that lets institutions call cruelty a chore. He signed, without comment. The clerk, a woman whose face had practiced indifference for 20 years, looked up once and then looked down, as if the paper had begun to bleed. The dual yard filled, hungry for certainty. Students ringed the wards 3 deep, voices braided into one long question. Proctor stood in the shade and pretended to count. The head examiner made his way to the central dais, stylus already tapping his tablet like hail on slate. "You will show restraint," he said, without looking at anyone specific. "You will show discipline." The kid whose job it was to raise, the dome tugged the lever, and the lattice of light climbed obediently, humming a note too high to be pleasant. His first opponent wasn't a boy. It was a young woman with the stable balance of a cliff edge and the crest of House Kestrel at her throat. She didn't smile, which he appreciated. She saluted with a blade shaped like a sickle moon. The crowd hushed, grateful to be granted an adulthood to watch. Begin. She attacked the way a hawk falls. Precision that looks like violence to prey and like respect to an equal. He yielded a half step, and her blade took hair, and nothing else. He could have turned the air again, could have asked permission and been given it. But he did not. He wanted to know what he was, without what had awakened. He wanted to know if he could win as a human. She swept again, low. He let the lowest part of him speak, the part that had learned to kneel without kneeling, and kicked. Her ankle buckled, not enough to hurt, enough to remind. She recovered cleanly and came on. For 3 passes, they were 2 thoughts arguing in a fluent language. On the 4th, something cold unbuttoned itself under his sternum. It was not the storm. It was a hallway with doors that were all slightly open. Power leaned out of one and smiled with too many teeth. He did not take its hand. He took hers. He grabbed her wrist mid-cut, pivoted, and let her momentum make a decision. She hit the mat with the breathless sound of someone finding the last stair in the dark. His knee went to her shoulder. Not a break, a statement. The crowd made the noise crowds make when their favorite theory meets a wall. He released her and stepped back. She rolled to a crouch, eyes pinning him like needles pin a map. Then she lowered her weapon. "Yield," she said, voice steady. It wasn't defeat. It was accuracy. The head examiner's stylus stuttered. "Winner," he announced, and did not write the word he wanted to write. Why? More came. The next was, a boy with too many rings and not enough wrists. He tried tricks that had worked before on other people. The tricks hit air that knew how to answer. The next had heavy shoulders and a light conscience. He swung as if trying to break his past. The swings found nothing that wanted to break. The crowd shifted from anticipation to discomfort, as if they had come to watch a sport and discovered they were watching dentistry. He kept winning. He did not grin or bow with flourish. He did not humiliate for spectacle. He humiliated because it took fewer motions. He walked into attacks as if already knowing where they ended. He ended fights before the audience had time to clap, and when they clapped anyway, the sound came late and wrong, like prayer after the funeral is over. Efficiency unnerved them more than power ever could. By the fourth match, even the dome seemed restless. Its seams flickered where the ward lines kissed. By the fifth, sweat ran cold down the backs of boys who weren't fighting. By the sixth, teachers came to the railings pretending to correct forms and posture and actually tracking how the air behaved. "Do you feel it?" whispered one instructor to another, not meaning to be heard. "A pressure inversion, as if the arena's inside is larger than its outside." "It's not the arena," the other replied. "It's the boy." The leader of the sixth platform watched with a mouth that had forgotten its shapes. He had dreamt of rings and chalk and the smell of copper. Waking did not free him. Each time the orphan pivoted, the noble saw the trapdoor edge of a circle that should not open in daylight. He found his sleeve, remembered it, and clenched it until the stitching begged. His turn came anyway. Pairing boards only pretend to be random. Proctors swapped tokens with casual hands and faces that had practiced apathy until apathy learned them. They faced each other under a sky full of weather that couldn't decide whether to stay. The leader lifted his baton the way a drowning man lifts his hand to a passerby and calls it a wave. He tried to grin. "Rematch?" he said, and the word fell with a sound like an old nail leaving wood. "No," the orphan answered. "A different thing." The signal snapped. The noble struck first, rage dressed in etiquette. He shouted a word that tasted of iron and was disappointed to hear it sound like tin. Light coalesced at the baton's crown. It leapt. The orphan tilted his chin and the light bent, shrugging midair, embarrassed to have been seen. The noble came up, inhaled, started again. The orphan stepped inside the spell as if walking between raindrops and touched the baton with 2 fingers. Its light went out in the way candles go out when the room agrees to be dark. "Yield," the orphan said. The noble's throat worked. "No." "Then learn," the orphan said, and what was in his voice made 3 students in the front row step backward without moving their feet. The next exchange ended with the baton on the floor and the noble on his knees, hands open, not broken, unarmed. The crowd couldn't find where to put the sight. The head examiner's stylus tapped faster, then stopped. He did not lift his eyes. "Winner," he said, but the word he wrote this time was a different one: danger. After the bouts, he left the yard by the training stairs that few used, because the corners there were unfriendly to gossip. Halfway up, he found the cheerful girl, the one who had shared bread on days when kindness could get you hurt. She stood, with her back to the wall, and the wall looking guilty about it. "You move differently," she said, neither accusing nor admiring. like you're listening to someone I can't hear. I am, he said, because lies always go bad in the mouth. I don't know if I want to. She breathed out through her nose. You used to look people in the eyes when you fought them, even when it got you hit. Today you looked through them. He did not apologize. They tried to end me. I know, she said. I also know what trying to survive can turn a person into. I've seen nobles do it and call it duty. I've seen beggars do it and call it hunger. What will you call it? He didn't answer. The question followed him like a tired dog that would not stop loving him. Word of his matches passed through the academy, changing temperature as it went. Some called him prodigy now, because prodigy is how people describe fear when it wears a uniform. Others called him cheat, because cheat is how people swear they will not have to change the rules. Many avoided calling him anything, as if names might draw his gaze. The teacher's stares thickened. In the afternoon session on ward theory, the instructor whose voice shook in the morning did not shake, but did choose to demonstrate far from him. The chalk she sketched with sometimes snapped when she walked past his desk, and when it did, she blamed the chalk and not the tremor running under the floorboards. He felt wards reorganizing in the walls like bees reconsidering their hive. He kept his hands folded. He wrote what he was told to write. He watched his breath as if it were a lit match in wind. At dinner, the refectory cooled when he entered, despite the ovens. He took his bowl and his bread and sat at a table that remembered his weight from leaner days. The friendly boy approached, stopped, angled, and approached again like a boat trying not to touch the pier. I thought you were, the boy began, and then shook his head as if to spill water out of it. Never mind what I thought. He set down a second bowl. You should eat more. I should do many things, the orphan said, not unkindly. He gestured for the boy to sit. The gesture felt borrowed. Why are you here? Because people are rightfully afraid, the boy said, color rising under his skin. And because I'm also afraid, and because fear needs better conversation than it usually gets. Are you going to try again? The orphan asked. The question made the wood grain of the table lift as if listening. No, the boy said. That was the mistake we've already made. He swallowed. I'm trying to figure out if you're still... You. I don't know, the orphan said, and the honesty surprised even him. I know I'm something that survived. Sometimes those are different things, the boy said. I'm trying to keep them the same, the orphan replied. Help me, by not pushing. The boy considered. I can do that. He looked at the bowls. You really should eat more. He did. It tasted like paper folded neatly and filed away. Better than blood. Worse than hunger. Night brought a wind that worried its shutters and shook lanterns until they confessed they were only glass and fire. He climbed to the broken tower not to brood but to measure. The city in the distance pressed its lights into the dark like coins into a palm. The mountain pushed back with old, slow strength. He pressed his hands to the stone, and the stone yielded a fraction, as if there were a negotiation happening between age and intention. You're louder, said the voice that was not a voice. The ancestor, the god, the library that burned behind his ribs. It didn't stand beside him. It threaded through him the way cold can thread a house. You're steadier. You're also closer to a ledge. I know, he said. How far is the ground? You won't know until you fall, it said, which was the sort of honesty that ruins friendships. Better question, how far is the next step? He found it, by counting backward from the urge to leap. He called that step not yet, and made a border out of breath. The presence approved by withdrawing, which was its version of applause. In the days that followed, the academy calibrated itself around him like a compass around a new north. Duels became processes. He won them like arithmetic. The more he refused, spectacle, the more his refusal became the spectacle. He never showboated. He never struck a final blow meant for audiences. He simply took the weapon, or the footing, or the courage, and left the opponent with the emptiness where those had been. People left the arena less hurt than uncertain, and uncertainty hurt slowly but longer. Rivals began to avoid his name on the pairing board. When they could not avoid it, they came polite, came careful, came with prayers hidden in the seams of their sleeves. He courteously returned each prayer to its sender, unopened. Once, a boy, who had called him Mudrat, bowed before attacking, and the bow was sincere enough to make the orphan misstep. He recovered, but the misstep shook him more than any strike had in months. He bowed back after winning, and the boy looked relieved instead of proud. Some part of him took note. Mercy given before a blow changes both people more than mercy given after. The leader of the 6th platform stopped sleeping. His friends stopped waiting for him outside lecture halls because he stopped going to them. The day he finally stood across from the orphan again, it wasn't in an arena. It was in the corridor that led to the archive, the air there always smelling, faintly of dust and promise. No dome, no stylus, no witnesses except a statue that pretended to be blind. "Do you want to hit me?" the orphan asked. Not taunt. Inventory. "No," the noble said, and meant it, which was a new language in his mouth. "I want to know what it felt like to be you yesterday." "Like counting minutes," the orphan said. "Like choosing not to be an answer." Then Noble closed his eyes. "I can't count," he admitted, and moved aside. When the orphan passed, the statue's shadow turned with him, which statues don't do when they are pretending well. Teachers adjusted their distance. Some drew nearer, wanting to study the unsettled. Some retreated, wanting to preserve tenure. The winter-haired instructor added exercises to the curriculum that made space for breath at the edges of power. Another teacher, one who loved rules, the way a locksmith loves locks, began to carry a whistle and a book of fines. He blew the whistle at other students for small infractions, and never at the orphan for large ones, as if noise could not reach him. The book filled with ink that tried to be authority. He trained alone more often, not because he liked solitude, but because company made the air take sides. In the West Yard, where the boundary wall wears old moss like an old soldier wears scars, he set up dummies and let the body work until the mind had nowhere to sit. He practiced the mathematics of refusal, the angle that turned force into suggestion, the step that walked him between outcomes. Sometimes the power inside him woke without his asking and tried to prove it could do the work more quickly. He let it prove nothing. He starved it of applause. He fed it work and silence. Still, patience isn't innocence. The day came when a Dao, boy, angry, desperate, carrying a borrowed grudge like a shield too big for him, charged with a blade the arena would have banned. There was no dome, no proctor, no bell. The orphan turned, measured, and for a breath was nowhere, and then was at the boy's back, 2 fingers at the hinge of the spine, a whisper of pressure that promised paralysis if promised again. He did not promise it again. He took the blade, broke it where it wanted to break, and set both halves down as if returning a borrowed book. Rumor learned a new word, monster. It wore quotation marks at first, as if to soften its teeth. The marks fell out quickly. People are efficient with fear. Children darted eyes at him and rehearsed the art of not staring. Servants crossed themselves in signs that belonged to 3 different religions. The nobles debated whether to challenge him formally or pretend he was a temporary weather event. His allies, if that word still fit, took turns picking him up and turning him toward humanity like a mirror. The cheerful girl asked him to walk with her to the orchard beyond the stables, where the trees grew crooked and sweet. "This is where I come when I don't like who I am," she said, offering him a fruit that wore its bruise proudly. "You don't have to eat. You can just hold it and remember you have hands." He did. It helped in a way he could not convert to language. The friendly boy tried again too, this time with fewer words and more presence. He sat beside the orphan at the end of a long table and said nothing while other students learned the theater of avoiding them. Silence did not fix anything, but it sanded sharp corners off the day. "Are you still you?" the boy asked finally, not looking up. "Enough," the orphan said. "Today." "That sounds like a threat," the boy said. "It sounds like maintenance," the orphan replied. He almost smiled, and then didn't. "I'm servicing a bridge, while people drive on it." The boy nodded, relieved by the metaphor, alarmed by the truth inside it. "Tell me when you need help closing the road." He didn't know how to ask for that. He didn't know if there would be time. The academy decided to make a festival of might, because academies love pageants that pretend to be pedagogy. The equinox melee had always been loud and golden. This year it was also careful. Wards were doubled. Proctors wore whistles and also swords. The head examiner rehearsed speeches in his head about restraint and excellence and tradition, the way a man rehearses apologies he hopes not to use. When the orphan stepped into the field, the crowd did not cheer. It inhaled. Somewhere, a girl began a prayer she had learned as a child and ended with a version she had just invented. The teams formed, colors braided, crests flashed. The game began as a festival begins, with laughter trying to trust itself. It ended how it always ends, with quiet around a center. His style had changed. He was not faster, but he seemed to arrive earlier. He did not find the gap. He made opponents discover they had walked past it 5 steps ago. He disabled more than he struck. The few times he hit hard and exactly, as if returning an item to a shelf where it belonged. He protected people who attacked him, if protecting them returned the field to the form he preferred. Spectators found themselves clapping for choices they did not understand. Some of the applause felt like begging. Midway through, the leader of the 6th platform was forced into his orbit again, by the geometry of teams. The noble took his place at the orphan's flank, the way a wounded animal takes shade. Grateful, resentful, pretending not to be either. When an opponent aimed a mean spell at the noble's knee, the orphan stepped, tilted, and the spell found the ground. He did not look to see if the noble saw. He did not need thanks. He needed the field to stop bleeding. After the melee, the head examiner cornered him in a corridor that a generation of boys had used to practice lying. "You win like a knife cuts rope," the man said, not a compliment. "Clean, no drama. People don't know where to put that." "There are worse problems than not being a show," the orphan said. "There are," the examiner agreed. "And one of them is when a person becomes a policy." He tapped his tablet. "There will be rules. We will write them. We will pretend they were always there." "Write what you must," the orphan said. "I'll try to fit." The examiner looked at him for the first time since the duels began, and failed to hide the way his pupils shortened. "Try," he said softly, "is the word that scares me." That night, the mirror in his room forgave him one look. He stood before it the way a man stands before a locked door and weighs the cost of breaking it. His face hadn't changed much. Eyes a little darker, or maybe that was the light. Cheekbones a little sharper, or maybe that was the truth finally visible. When he lifted a hand, the mirror lifted its hand with a fraction's delay, as if negotiating terms. For a breath, he had the horrible, beautiful impression that something on the other side had almost decided to answer. "Not yet," he told the mirror, and his breath ghosted the glass. In the fog, outlines drew themselves and faded. Crowns that had been melted into plowshares and then hammered back into crowns. A page of a book that would not stop burning. A door that no carpenter could hang because the house kept changing. Its mind about being a house. He slept badly and woke precise. He trained. He attended class. He answered when called on and did not volunteer when he wasn't. He apologized once, to the girl with the sharp eyes, for looking through her instead of at her. The apology was not elegant, but it was paid in attention. She received it like an offering and did not unwrap it immediately. Small mercies accumulated. A servant refilled his cup without kneeling. A young noble stepped off a path and gave him the center, then realized what he had done and flushed, then did not step back onto the center. Small hostilities also accumulated. Notes on his desk that contained only punctuation. A curse tucked under his pillow that worked only if a person believed in it and he did not. The world kept score even when he refused to. In the training yard, in the lecture hall, in the quiet hour when the city's lights leaned uphill like conspirators, he argued with the thing inside him. It argued back less now, which was its own warning. It wanted, and wanting is patient when it knows time is on its side. He needed a language for limits. He began to build one out of ritual. 3 breaths before every choice, 2 heartbeats after every impact. 1 question asked in the wreckage. What does this make of me? He did not always like the answer, but liking was not the point. He wrote the answers down in a journal that would burn cleanly if asked. One evening, walking alone along the arcade where the old statues always look a little more alive at dusk, he felt footsteps behind him that had trained themselves to be soft. He turned in time to meet a look sharpened by grief. A cousin, perhaps, of some boy he had defeated or spared, or of a rumor he had refused to live down. The knife was well made and poorly held. He stepped inside the arm, spoke the boy's name without knowing it, felt the name leave him like light, and the knife fell. The boy did too, knees hitting stone with the sound of a prayer mispronounced. "Why didn't you kill me?" the boy asked, both furious and relieved. Those 2 cousins that sit together at funerals. "Because I am not counting you as a price," the orphan said. "Because I am trying very hard to remain someone I would have admired yesterday." The boy wept. The statues watched, learning. The wind carried the lesson to the trees, and the trees pretended not to understand. Word reached the winter-haired instructor that night that the boy had spared another who had meant him harm. The old man found him on the tower and did not ask about it. "You are managing the fire," he said instead. "Good." He paused. "Fires are happiest when they eat. Keep yours thin." "How?" the orphan asked, exhausted by the arithmetic of kindness. "Starve it of applause," the old man said. "Feed it only when there is work. And when it sings, do not sing along." He tried. He failed sometimes. He succeeded often enough to not lose the road. He began to notice where the academy itself bent around the pressure he cast. Doors that opened half a breath before he reached them. Chalk that lasted longer in his hand than in others. Lamps that steadied when he passed, as if embarrassed to flicker. Such favors were not free. He felt the bill assemble somewhere just out of sight, line items written in a language of weight and intention. He wondered what currency it would demand, and still he won. In the arena, in the archive, in small corridors lined with uglier choices, he won because losing would be an argument he could not survive. Rivals stepped back from him. Bullies found their tongues suddenly heavy. Allies stood at edges and asked with their eyes if they should cross. Some did, some didn't. Both choices hurt. He kept walking. The academy had wanted a prodigy. It had made a problem. It had wanted a story. It had made a storm. It had wanted to show the world that bloodlines mattered. It had accidentally proven that hunger can rewrite scripture. The question ripened around him like fruit that would not wait for harvest. If you keep winning like this, what will be left of you to save? He did not answer. He could not. He only breathed, counted, asked, and then went to work again. The day the head examiner posted the new rules, 6 of them in careful script, all designed to measure what could not be measured, the campus gathered to read their future. "Explicit prohibition of unlicensed reality deflection," one line said, as if the world would obey the word prohibition if written nicely enough. "Mandatory intention declarations before duels," said another, which would make lying a clerical task. Students muttered, relieved to have paperwork between themselves and danger. Teachers nodded, relieved to have a form to point at when things went wrong. He signed the form it demanded. He wrote his intention on the line as clearly as he knew it. "I intend not to become a monster." The clerk looked at the sentence as if it were a joke, and then realized it wasn't, and stamped it with a seal that pretended to know what it was sealing. He left the office lighter by the weight of one honesty. And yet, as he stepped into the noon sun and the mountain-braided wind through the flags, something in the air shifted, a pressure drop, a smell like rain at the edge of a city that has forgotten rain. Heads turned uphill as if the horizon had spoken. The presence inside him leaned toward it the way a hound leans toward a whistle only it can hear. He did not know what came next. He only knew that the academy had begun to understand the cost of its own lessons, and that cost would ask to be paid by everyone. He squared his shoulders. He made breathing a wall. He counted once. He counted twice. He asked the question again. What does this make of me? And in the space before the answer arrived, in the accusing quiet, he felt the campus hold its breath with him. The day did not answer. The mountain did not. The wind declined. He went to the yard and raised a practice sword. He bowed to no one and to everyone. He drew a line in the dust with his heel, not to keep others out, but to remind himself where he stood. He stepped forward. The mountain academy pretended to be the world. From its terraces you could watch the valley flicker like a hearth, the river stitching silver through wheat and stone, caravans inching along the old road like beads pushed by a patient hand. The city in the distance wore its smoke like a crown. From here, everything seemed contained by the school's high logic: learn, duel, survive, ascend. But the world was not a lesson plan, and it did not care for the academy's grades. The first crack in the academy's illusion arrived as a shadow at noon. A hawk fell out of the bright sky on broken wings and collapsed against the refectory steps. Leather jesses still tied around its legs, a seal melted into hardened wax at one ankle. The seal was not imperial. It was older. The bird should have died from the fall. Instead, it thrashed once and spit a rolled scrap of oiled paper with a ribbon that no one recognized but everyone feared. The message was simple. 2 words, written in a hand older than the kingdom. Come south. Rumor softened and hardened in turns, trying to decide whether this was someone's prank or the start of a calendar worth counting. Instructors bartered authority with looks and came up short. Even the winter-haired ancient, who wore composure like a second spine, frowned as if remembering something he did not want to remember. "Keep the bird," he said. "It belongs to no one here." The hawk watched the orphan from a basin with eyes that understood debts. That evening, the city sent a procession up the mountain, the governor's banner, the guildmaster's colors, holy men in robes that rustled like tall grass. They requested an audience and received a lecture instead, but they were patient men trained to seem grateful for the wrong gift. The governor's steward finally spoke. 3 nights ago, he said, the river turned backward for an hour. Cattle kneeled in their fields. A bell tolled underground. The old stones near the West Marsh shifted. He hesitated. We have scholars who say the South is waking. His eyes found the orphan, as if he had accidentally called a name in a room that should not know that name. The Academy's reply was politics, concerned, careful, cowardly. But concern does not reseal a marsh, and careful does not tell a river which direction is respectable. The meeting ended with a promise to form a committee, which is what institutions do when they want to harvest time. The steward left with stiff courtesies. The holy men left with glances that tried to weigh him. The guildmasters left with their hands checking the inventory of their rings. The world did not wait for the committee. Travelers began to arrive at the city gates with ash on their clothes and stories that refused to be stories. In the Northwoods, trees had turned to glass for a single night and then back again by morning, but the leaves rang when the wind touched them. Ducks rose from the marsh and drifted to the river like boats that had forgotten oars. A child woke, with a sign burned lightly into his palm, a spiral with a dew-bright tail. The friendly boy had drawn that mark in idle moments, a nervous habit that suddenly felt like a vocabulary word from a language no one wanted to speak. When the gates opened at dawn a week later, the first beast came through. Not a monster from a mother's warning, but a real animal warped into wrongness. It was a stag, antlers thick with moss, eyes milk-white with fear. Its breath smoked in warm air, and the shadow it cast dragged a heartbeat behind it like a wounded dog. No one moved to kill it. It fell on its own mid-square, dead of a math no one knew how to do. Priests cut it open and found river pebbles nestled where its organs should have been, each stone warm to the touch and engraved with a tidy spiral. The academy tightened. Wards hummed until they were music held at arm's length. Students were kept inside the walls at night, with the softness of strongly worded requests that turned into locked gates at midnight. The head examiner discovered the limits of his stylus and began to carry a sword he was not talented with. In the training, yards, drills acquired an urgency that bled out of the exercises and into the way people breathed. He kept breathing. The presence inside him pressed its ear to his bones and asked the same question over and over. Now? It wasn't only beasts and river tricks. People moved. Messages traveled at speeds none of the couriers could explain. Ancient factions that had learned to keep still woke with creaks in their joints. The tenders of the nameless shrine left their veils in the cloister and walked barefaced through the market, eyes blackened with ash, asking to buy old maps with coins that had not been minted in this era. The White Ledger, that noble cabal with its ledgers and its ledges, began to hold midnight meetings with their curtains open. Sometimes one could see the elders counting without abacuses, their fingers learning to think. The Lantern Guild filed a petition to regulate dusk. None of these facts fit in the Academy's curriculum. All of them found him. All of them were looking for something. Many of them were looking for him. The first time he tried to leave the Academy by himself, the southern gate pulsed under his palm and pushed back gently as a mother would. "Not yet," said the ward. He stepped back. He wasn't angry. He would not treat boundaries like insults. He would treat them like conversations. The winter-haired instructor found him on the path and did not sigh. "You feel it too," the old man said, as if naming the weather. "The way the world has developed preferences." "Preferences for me," he said. "For your blood," the old man corrected. "But you will do." "Whose blood?" he asked. The old man looked at the mountains because the mountains look back honestly. "I could give you a paragraph and a library, and both would be wrong." He finally offered a narrower thing. There was once a dynasty that promised the rivers they would never be damned. There was once a god who swore not to be worshipped and failed. There was once a line of people who were told their names were accidents. Many of those threads knot under your ribs. The knot is beginning to remember it was rope before it was not. Which means? It means there are hands looking for it, the old man said, eyes not leaving the horizon. Some to pull, some to cut. He did not argue with the truth. He trained. He learned the language of the wards in the southern galleries, the logic of gestures that asked old stones to host new intentions. He combed the archive for hints it would not volunteer. He listened in the market without buying, and in churches without kneeling. When he walked the city wall at night, he found marks carved into mortar that changed places between one patrol and the next. The hawk followed when it wanted, which was often. It slept in the eaves above his cot, and dreamed with its eyes open. He did not wander alone forever. Balance does not build itself. It arrives in the hands of people who choose to carry it. He first noticed her in the western yard when the wind took a jealous liking to her hair, and the hair refused to obey. She sparred with a spear that was not fashionable but was honest. When she moved, the spear became a line drawn by a steady hand. She fought the way he had learned to fight, nothing wasted, everything witnessed. When she finished, the yard exhaled. She placed the spear along the wall with the tenderness of a tool used for feeding, and turned toward him as though she had always known he would be there. "You are the boy the river bowed to," she said. Or the rumor about him. "I am a boy," he said, because truth is sometimes the only defense against myth. "The river didn't ask my name." She nodded once. "Good, accurate." "I'm Mara," she said, and the name fit in the air as if it had found the right key. "If you're walking south soon, I'm walking with you." He did not ask why. People who say they will walk with you in the direction you fear deserve the grace of not being interrogated. "The gates say not yet," he said instead. "Gates are built to be right most of the time," Mara replied. "We will wait until most becomes less." She became his companion in the patient days. Not a lover, not yet. Maybe not ever, because some lives burn the furniture to stay warm, and others refuse. She balanced him without trying to. She ignored the audience he had acquired. She showed him how to sharpen a spear with a slate stone until the edge had a voice. She taught him which herbs mend the kind of hurts that are not wounds, and which songs turn night from an enemy into a tool. She asked the presence inside him no questions, and received from it the courtesy of silence. When he forgot to count before, a choice. She tapped his knuckles. 3, 2, 1, until the ritual lived in the bones again. They trained in the neglected ring beyond the orchard, where the ground humped with old tree roots and the chalk lines washed away every time it rained. She beat him when he tried to be clever. He beat her when he remembered to be simple. They traded bruises like letters between provinces. He learned the rhythm of her breath and the stern measure of her patience. Outside the walls, the world widened, like a story that had refused a small ending. Guides brought news. The ruins south of the marsh had shifted closer together, as if the ground had remembered it used to be a city and wanted to apologize. Fires broke in the hills and beat like hearts then went out with no ash left. A caravan vanished and returned a day later, insisting it had been gone a week. The tenders of the nameless shrine bought all the beeswax in the market and dipped their hands in it, covering them in pale gloves that they beat against the air until the air responded with a tone like a bell. The beasts were not done either. A thing with too many knees crawled out of a culvert and bowed to a fountain before falling apart into flint and moss. A flock of moths pursued a lamp through the northern gate and devoured it. Glass, oil, and wick, leaving only a stem of brass and a smell like old books. The city learned a new fear, that the small, polite objects of daily life might declare independence. People began to tie their possessions to door frames with red thread. The thread did nothing, but hands need work when minds cannot rest. Ancient. "Factions," Mara said one evening, sorting arrowheads by weight. "You grew up with that phrase like a story children tell each other to sleep worse. But they're real. They have patience and budgets. Some want to wake the gods because they cannot imagine a world without a parent. Some want to put the gods to sleep forever because they cannot imagine being children. Some just want the ledger to balance." "And me?" he asked. "You are an unbalanced column," she said, "and a lighthouse. And bait." She flipped an arrowhead to him. He caught it without looking and hated that this had become easy. At last, most became less. The wards along the southern gate changed their tune. Not an opening, a permission. He and Mara stood beneath the arch at dawn, while mist stroked the stones like a cat. The winter-haired instructor came without his staff and without ceremony. "You will go to the south ruins?" he asked, in the tone of weather regarding rain. "Eventually," the orphan said. "Soon enough," Mara added. "Take this," the old man said, handing them a length of cloth that had been soaked in something dust-colored. "It hides intention, not from gods, from people who think they are gods." He considered asking for a map. The old man spared him the embarrassment. "Maps are for places that want to be found," he said. "The South does not." They went anyway, not that day, not with fanfare. They prepared the way people prepare who want to live through it. Rope tested by hanging their own weight from a beam, flint that worked for both of them, water skins patch-sealed twice. The hawk learned their new schedule and approved with silence. The friendly boy brokered a loan of a city guard's field compass by way of a cousin who mislaid it the next morning and found it on his pillow at night with a coin and a thank you note. The leader of the 6th platform practiced not meeting the orphan's eyes and grew more skilled at it. Before they could go, the world came to them. In the market at the foot of the mountain, a procession of black lacquer palanquins slid between stalls on padded poles that did not squeak. The palanquins carried no crests. That absence was a choice that cost money. Veiled figures stepped out with hands too clean to be holy and too unscarred to be honest. They bought bread without haggling, fruit by the basket, meat by the animal. They paid in medallions pressed with a spiral and a dew-bright tail. People practiced pretending they had seen that symbol all their lives. The figures did not look at him as they passed. They looked at Mara. They saw the way the world steadied. Around her, the way a workshop steadies around a well-made bench. They saw how she balanced what he unsettled. One figure paused, as if consulting a memory. The veil turned. "You are the hand," a woman's voice said from behind silk. "He is the blade." Mara smiled without showing teeth. "Hands drop, blades when they decide the work has changed. And pick them up when they haven't," the woman replied, pleased to be scored. The palanquins moved on. They left baskets of unmarked fruit at 3 doorways and a small brass bell under the step of the apothecary, who hated bells. That night, the bell rang by itself. The apothecary found his door open and his shelves rearranged into a map of the southern marsh. He called it a burglary, and then sat on the floor and wept, because the map showed where his son had drowned when he was 5, and where the current had misplaced him afterward. He closed the shop for a week and learned to set a bowl of water beside the door every dusk in case the bell wanted to wash. Signals gathered, hints showing teeth. The tenders walked the lanes at twilight carrying mirrors that showed nothing but fog. A noble woman in blue asked to buy the hawk and screamed when it did not blink. Children stacked stones in spirals that they claimed were for luck, and then could not stop building even when their parents scolded them. The city felt like the moment after someone says your name in a crowd, and you cannot find the face that said it. They left at last, he, Mara, and the hawk, at an hour when the mist had the mountain to itself. They took the goat path to avoid the toll house, and then the deer path to avoid the goat path. The south road had been walked into knowledge by centuries of feet, but they ignored it, except when they needed to drink from the memory of wells. The closer they came to the marsh, the more the world admitted it had lied about being simple. Stones made of bone, bone made of clay, clay that remembered a prayer and crumbled anyway. Beasts announced themselves with etiquette. A fox with a second shadow watched them until Mara threw it a twist of smoked meat, and the second shadow ate, while the first shadow watched its twin and decided to be patient. A heron walked across the road on legs too long for its body, and bent to whisper in the ditch as if a friend lived there. In the air, something large turned without opening its wings, and then thought better of being seen. The south ruins were not ruins the way a fallen house is a ruin. They were an argument that had paused for a few centuries. Columns tipped and held their breath. Arches ended before they began, and then began where they had ended. The ground remembered streets without, committing to having them. Signs carved in a script that changed when you looked away announced storehouses, temples, kitchens, prisons, and then declared they had never said those things. The dew-bright spiral gleamed on stone as if left yesterday, and also as if it had always been there, a note the earth kept humming to itself. At the center, a plaza held a circle of standing stones that were too warm for mourning. A woman knelt among them, her back to the travelers, hair bound in a cloth soaked with something dust-colored. Her hands were busy with a small knife and a spindle of thread. She did not turn when they approached. "You have come late," she said, not chiding, just filing a fact. Late is still a manner of arrival. "Who are you?" Mara asked. "Accountant," the woman said, "of a ledger that no one likes to read." She lifted the knife and the thread together, and the air tightened. "He owes," she said without looking at him. "He owes, and he is owed." "What is the debt?" he asked, because debts taught him to count. "Names," she said. "Yours, theirs, ours, the gods, the rivers. You think you keep one name? That is charming." She finally turned. Her face was the sort that crowds make into a banner, because it holds still even when wind argues. "Be careful, boy. Ancient factions pretend to pray, but actually they shop. They will try to purchase you with correct change." "I am not for sale," he said. She smiled as one does at a young craftsman who has not yet miscut wood. "Everyone says that when the store is closed." She nodded at Mara. "Keep him in receipts." Then she was gone. The knife remained stuck upright in the stone, humming faintly like a note looking for its instrument. They explored as carefully as people can who know the ground wants to change. The hawk went ahead and behind at once, a trick birds learned from gods. They marked their path with strips of dust cloth that hid intention, the cloth darker where it lay, lighter where it had been. In a hall whose roof remained out of habit, alone, they found a mural that showed a river braided into a crown, while a hand unbraided it and made rope. In a cellar that refused to be under anything, they found jars sealed with wax and a smell like the first hour after rain, each jar labeled with a single word: remember. At evening, they camped on a slab of stone that had decided not to be a doorstep. He slept badly while the ruins rearranged their arguments. He dreamed of the burning library behind his ribs, helping itself to new shelves. He woke to the sound of someone counting in a language that used weather as numbers. Mara was already awake, spear across her knees, eyes on shadows that did not want to be watched. "We're not alone," she said, unnecessary and true. They were not. On the third day among the stones, a procession arrived without footsteps. Cowled figures stepped from shadow to shadow, as if the shadow were a road and the road were shy. Their robes were the color of the space between breaths. They wore no crests, no coins, no blades. They carried bells with clappers removed. The lead figure lifted 2 hands, palms waxed, and the wax cracked into the dew-bright spiral. "Found you," a voice said that did not need a mouth. Mara stood. The hawk's feathers lifted as if the air had grown teeth. He reached for refusal and found it warm and willing. "Who are you?" he asked. "Accountants," the figure said, and the memory of the woman's smile scraped the back of his throat. "Of a different ledger. We keep what gods forget." "What do you want?" "Balance," the cult said together, though none moved their lips. "And bait." Several heads tilted. "You brought some." They meant Mara. He felt the world flinch in his chest. "No." "Yes," said the lead figure, without cruelty, the way a weather vane says east when asked. Hands lifted, wax gleaming. The bells chimed without clappers, and the sound arrived inside his bones already tired from traveling. The ruins answered. The plaza's stones remembered the way to open. A seam in the air revealed a corridor that had been pretending to be a shadow all afternoon. Mara did not ask permission to stand beside him. She was already there. "We won't split," she said. "We built for that," the lead figure replied, almost kindly. The bell's tones separated into 2 notes, The seam yawned into 2 corridors, the space between them thin as a lie told. Well. The hawk screamed and stooped at the waxed hands. A robe lifted. The bird met empty air in the memory of a hand and tumbled, furious. The corridor on the left swallowed the sound. The corridor on the right swallowed the bird. He tried to choose both, and the world reminded him he had only 1 pair of feet. Cultists moved with the patience of floodwater, giving the appearance of slowness while solving the present. A cowled figure stepped forward and drew a sign in the air with a finger that wore no nail. The sign fell over Mara like a glass cup, over a candle, and refused to admit oxygen. Her spear struck it and rang as if striking bronze. She met his eyes, and they did not waste any of the time between them with consolation. "Hold," she said. "Count, come find me." He did not say yes because he had already chosen. He said 3, 2, 1, because ritual was what love looks like when it refuses to break. The cultists did not take Mara by the arm. They did not drag her by the hair. They simply convinced the corridor to prefer her. The seams folded. The plaza returned to being a plaza. The bells stopped. The wax on the lead figure's hands smoothed itself and cooled. "We do not want the blade," the figure said to him, all mercy and mathematics. "We want the hand." They inclined their head toward the south. "Forbidden lands do not forbid you. Come." They vanished the way a thought does when a new thought arrives to replace it. He stood in the ring of standing stones with a spear scratch on his palm and a hawk beating against the idea of a wall. The ruins shifted, embarrassed by their own cooperation. Far away, in a city that thought it was safe, bells that had lost their clappers began to ring anyway. He breathed. He counted. He asked the question, "What does this make of me?" And hated the answer because it was not about him. It was about what the cult would make of Mara if he was slow. He turned to the south because the south had turned first toward him. The presence inside his chest opened one eye like a god that had decided to help on its day off. The world beyond the walls did not care about the Academy's rules. It did not take attendance. It did not grade on a curve. It had beasts with 2, many knees and factions with budgets and gods who had learned to audition their miracles. It had corridors that preferred some people and swallowed others. It had a companion who steadied him and had now been made into bait. He tied the dust cloth around his left wrist and felt his intention blur. He picked up the knife the accountant had left and listened until it sang its one note again. He fed the hawk a strip of meat, and the bird forgave the air for lying to it. He looked at the seam where Mara had vanished until his eyes wanted to close and stay closed. He did not close them. He stepped forward into forbidden lands that had never stopped waiting for him. The Forbidden South did not begin with a border stone or a sign. It began with silence, the kind that feels deliberate. Wind that had been gossiping with leaves a moment before took a vow. The hawk rode a column of air, and then folded its wings, and landed on his shoulder as if the sky had grown teeth. Even the path pretended not to know where it was going, curving away and then back, like a thought afraid to arrive. He stepped forward anyway. The ground flexed under his boot as if it remembered being water. Mud bled up through grass in black circles. Reeds exhaled a smell like old coins. Gnats stitched silver threads across stagnant pools and then burned away in invisible fire. Trees grew with their roots above ground as if trying to climb out of the soil that had betrayed them. Every trunk leaned inward, and the canopy formed, the roof of a mouth that did not want to spit them out once swallowed. Mara's absence walked beside him, a shape made of missing. He kept the ritual, the 3 breaths before choice, the 2 heartbeats after impact, the 1 question asked in wreckage, but each breath tasted like a borrowed lung, each heartbeat like a clock running on stolen time. The presence inside him, ancestor god library on fire, kept pace without footsteps. "The South is a ledger," that not voice murmured. "Entries made in bone, Tallies kept in storms. You were named here before you were born. I don't accept debts I didn't sign, he answered, studying a ripple in the mire that moved against the wind. Debt accepts you, the knot voice said, almost kind, and it teaches its own mathematics. The first monsters were not monsters. They were the natural world performing an impression of invention gone wrong. Tadpoles with translucent spines inhaled each other like smoke and exhaled miniature frogs that blinked with human slowness. A deer watched him from behind a stand of reeds, eyes full of mirrors. When it turned its head, each mirror showed him a different version of himself. Child, tyrant, corpse, king. He looked away first. Reflex, mercy, cowardice. He did not know which word fit, only that looking away felt like losing a vote. He reached a place where the marsh's water gathered its mind and ran in a narrow black tongue. The water glared. He knelt and dipped his fingers. Cold did not greet him. Memory did. Images puckered the surface. A spear laid across knees. Mara's hand on the haft. The spiral sign pressed into wax with a casual patience. When he snatched his fingers back, the water sighed like a disappointed parent. The hawk refused to fly farther and took to the reeds, head swiveling, eye a coin that had seen too many exchanges. He loosened his shoulders and let his weight settle until the earth agreed to carry him. The silence pressed closer. A low hum rose under it, almost below hearing, the tone of things rehearsing their names. He walked into that hum and felt it collect around his ribs as if the world were testing how much he could hold. The land turned from wet to wrong. Thorny vines braided themselves into shapes that remembered cages. Bulrushes grew barbs that snagged, thought as easily as cloth. Fungal shelves on dead logs pulsed in the rhythm of a slow heartbeat and oozed a cream the color of fresh milk that steamed where it touched cold air. He avoided that steam. Instinct is a scientist that takes bad notes, but survives. Bones surfaced where the mud lost patience. Not human, boar, ox, wolf, arranged as if someone had once tried to teach them a new choreography and abandoned the lesson. He stepped among them and did not disturb their learning. Once, a rib twitched when his shadow crossed it and rolled, over to expose etchings, a spiral, a series of tally cuts, a single word that seemed to read owed no matter how he turned it. He did not pocket the rib. He chose to leave an omen where it lay. Then the whispers changed. They stopped being the world and started being him, but a him that knew too much. "Let me wear your hands," said the ancestor blood, bright and cold. "Let me pick locks you cannot even see." "No," he said aloud. The sound died an inch from his lips, swallowed by air that resented decisions. "I need my hands for counting." "Count kingdoms," the knot voice said. "Count kneeling. Count surrender." He breathed. "I'm counting seconds." "Then learn how long a second can be stretched," the knot voice replied, with a patience that had murdered empires. He came to a wall that had been a city's spine. Time had removed the buildings and left the backbone, segments of stone vertebrae, slick with moss, each block carved with letters that changed when he blinked. He placed his palm against one. It warmed in recognition. He snatched his hand back before the warmth could decide to be fire. Beyond the wall, a basin of black water lay still enough to be a lie. Something large moved beneath its rind. Circles, pushing against surface tension and failing politely to break it. "Not yet," he told the power when it nosed his ribs. "We watch first." He watched, and the basin watched back. A bubble lifted, silvered with reflected canopy, and popped without sound. Another formed. The pattern made a language, and the language rearranged itself into a face, not a person's, a land's. Eyes that were whirlpools, mouth a thin white seam. It regarded him as gravity regards tears. Descendant, said the water. Not accusation. Inventory. Balance due. Later, he said, and the word hurt because it was true. He stepped around the basin, choosing the path with the fewest witnesses. The face dissolved without sulk. The basin did not follow, but the pressure it had made in the air came with him, the way a bruise follows touch. Night arrived in pieces that did not fit. A strip of sky went black, while the rest held on to a sullen noon. He could not trust shadow anymore. It moved like an animal prevented from sleeping. He lit no fire. Fire has opinions, and in places like this it tends to win arguments. He ate a hard heel of bread, and the bread tasted like a rumor about bread. He drank water that had not learned to lie yet. He sat with his back to a stone, whose shape promised it would not become a door, while he leaned. The hawk tucked its head backward and watched through the slit of one lid. Sleep came the way rust comes, slow, then everywhere. In it, the burning library behind his ribs opened a new aisle and filled it with names he did not want. Each book had his face on the spine and someone else's hunger on the pages. He woke with his hand clawing at his chest, nails carving red crescents above his sternum as if trying to open the door and throw the books out where rain could get them. He did not. He folded his fingers into fists and counted until the urge passed. By noon of the next day, the marsh stopped arguing and decided to be a wound. He stepped onto soil that rang underfoot like a struck bell. The trees here were white, bark leached to bone, leaves like paper that had survived a fire and kept the memory of heat. From their branches hung ropes plaited from hair, not human, not animal, something that grew as it hung. The hair ropes turned slowly as if listening. He did not cut them. Some doors are not for opening. Some ears are not for filling. At the center of that pallid grove lay a hollow, a depression in the earth shaped like a mouth open in silent shout. Its lip was ringed with teeth made of standing stones. Something moved in the throat of it. Flies rose in black gauze when the wind remembered to try. The air tasted of iron filings and milk turned sour in a warm room. He knew before he knew that he had found the culvert through which the cult had taken Mara. The knot voice approved without congratulation. Love is a kind of math, it whispered. A fatal kind, when you let the wrong column write itself. He climbed down. Stone teeth peered past him like judgmental elders. The throat sloped, slick with a fungus that left his palms luminescent where it smeared. The glow-lit letters carved under the slime, spirals upon spirals, tally cuts so dense they became texture. That same word again. Ode. He heard dripping that was not water. He smelled old prayers bruised into the stone so often they had become aroma. At the bottom of the hollow throat, the passage opened into a chamber like the inside of a skull. The walls curved, pocked with niches, each niche holding a jar stoppered with wax. Above, a few stray roots hung like veins. The floor was a sheet of rock polished by knees. In the center stood a pillar of something transparent that had decided to pretend to be stone. Inside the pillar, a figure, half submerged, eyes closed, hair blooming in the thick medium as if floating in a slow river. Not Mara. A warning. The figure's chest rose, fell, rose again in a rhythm meant to instruct. On the glass of the pillar, someone had scrawled with a finger, Warden, and beneath that, a spiral, and beneath that, a ledger line balanced on 0. He approached. The pillar's surface buzzed against his palm, a swarm of tiny denials. The knot voice leaned forward in his skull. Push, it suggested, almost lazily. Do you see how thin the wall is? Gods called this medium a veil when they were being romantic. It is an invoice. No, he said, because the word had worked so far. We pass. We do not open. You will learn the difference between passing and surrender, said the Bloodline. voice bright as a knife in a clean kitchen. Why survive storms if you refuse to sail? He withdrew his hand. The buzzing became less disappointed and more patient. The mid-boss did not enter. It assembled. From the niches, jar lids puckered outward as if lips were trying to open. Wax tore with tiny sighs. Something pale unspooled from each jar. Tendrils of congealed light, snot thick, smeared with handwriting. They crawled across the stone, hungry for a center, and found it in the pillar. They coiled, twined, thickened, wove a body out of borrowed intentions. It rose around the pillar, taller than a door, then taller than the room wanted to be. The pillar cracked inside the lattice with a sound like ice leaving a river. Eyes opened in the woven thing, not two, a dozen. Each held a different weather. A mouth flowered where 3 strands met, and the petal teeth counted him. Balance, the thing said in many voices. Overdue. He had fought talented boys, disciplined girls, and the geometry of an arena. He had never fought an audit. It moved the way documents shuffle. Too fast when you don't want them to, painfully slow when you do. Tendrils shot like spears, and then stopped a hair's breadth from his skin, waiting for a signature. He refused to sign. He rolled beneath. 2 strikes and brought his heel down on a strand, feeling it squish, then harden, then crack. The piece he broke tried to crawl back to its paragraph. He kicked it farther and it spelled due in a spasm, then forgot letters and became meatless. Rope again. The hawk screamed from the tunnel mouth and blasted in a blur. It raked 2 eyes away, and they reprinted elsewhere, wetter, angrier. The warden, invoice, weaver, hole patched into body, reached for him with 5 handfuls of consequence. He sidestepped the first 4 and caught the 5th, fingers slipping, in the handwriting slime. He told the air no, and the air remembered it liked him. The tendril faltered. He yanked it, unspooling a yard, and wrapped it around a root. The warden screamed in receipts. The knot voice clapped, delighted. Yes, see? You are a natural auditor. Now burn the books. Shut up, he hissed, and the warden heard only breath. He counted. 3, 2, and on 1 he ducked as a sheet of woven strands fell like a curtain. He rolled toward the pillar and slid behind it for a breath that had more edges in it than usual. Through the glass he saw the sleeper's face. Ancient, ungendered, carved by patience. Not Mara. Not anyone who owed him. He moved before guilt could draft a clause. The warden gathered itself and rammed the pillar. Cracks spidered. The medium, inside sloshed slow, heavy as the last hour of a terrible day. The sleeper's eyes rolled under lids. The warden slammed again. The glass screamed. The knot voice purred. If you won't open, it will open for you. Power is a tide, little orphan. Either you are the shore, or you are the moon. He tried the shore. He planted his feet and pushed both hands forward into air that thickened to greet him. The warden's next blow broke against that invisible brace and spilled across it in a sheet of light and slime. It hissed as it hit the stone and etched more tally cuts. He felt the brace flex and wanted to weep with gratitude for physics. The knot voice made a new suggestion, sweet as poison. 1 breath. Loosen the hinge. Let me into the wrists. I can end this without your ugliness touching it. He almost said yes. The word swelled in his mouth like a berry about to burst. He bit it. Blood salted his tongue. He spoke ritual instead. 3, he whispered, and the warden stabbed. 2, and he turned the stab. 1, and he let the stab pierce his sleeve without seeking his skin, taking cloth instead of vein. The warden missed balance. It staggered. He cut 2 strands with the edge of the pillar. The pillar cried as if insulted. The sleeper's eyes opened. They were wrong. Too clear. Too precise. As if sight had been sharpened into a blade and told to be an organ. The sleeper looked at, him and then at the warden, and then at the ledger inscribed invisibly on the air between them. "Permit," said the sleeper, not to him. To something else. The permission came like floodgates loosed. The not voice laughed and became a voice that was not exactly inside him anymore. It stepped through him the way a warrior steps through a curtain. His fingers lengthened into intent. His breath became an order. The brace he had made of air knotted into a fist of pressure and drove the warden back hard enough to bruise the room. Tendrils snapped, twanged, recoiled. He followed, and the floor forgot to be below him. He rose. The hawk screamed triumph and fear in the same sound. He was beautiful, and he was wrong. Power collected him like tax. He owed it everything, and it paid early. He struck, and the strike rewrote the warden's sentence to end sooner. He stepped, and the step decided the room would be larger here and smaller there. He reached for the warden, and found the neck that the thing did not have, and squeezed, and it found the mouth it had not needed, and gasped. Eyes blew out like candles squeezed between fingers, and came back in different places, flickering. Receipts burned, ink ran, wax blistered. He laughed without a mouth. The not voice wore him like a festival mask, and the crowd was the world. The hawk darted close and nicked his ear, and he did not feel it. "More," said the not voice that was now also. "An armor worn from the inside. You see how quickly they kneel. Make the kneeling honest. Make it forever. Bring the ledger to zero the easy way." He drove the warden to the pillar, through the sleeper's medium. The glass exploded outward in slow, bright rain. The sleeper stepped free, no longer floating, and bowed to him with the grateful precision of a sword to a scabbard. That bow fed something greedy. He lifted his hand to end the warden, and maybe the room, and maybe the habit of restraint itself. Mara's voice was not here, but Mara's ritual was. 3, 2, 1, roared the not voice, delighted, and he felt his hand close into annihilation. The blast was not light or sound. It was absence. It punched a hole through the warden, the wall, and the next thought he might have had. The room learned the new geometry and cried. Roots above them sizzled and retracted. The white grove outside flashed gray, then ash, then bone. A dozen jars in their niches popped like blisters. The hawk dropped limp for a breath, and then raged back, beast-hard, refusing to be subtracted. The warden fell in pieces that tried to crawl together and could not agree on the direction. He smelled cooked ink and hot limestone, and the sweetness of a bakery that had burned to the ground. He landed on his knees. The floor remembered its job and accepted him. He tasted ashes and old milk. The sleeper stood over him, face a mercy he did not deserve. "Permit withdrawn," the sleeper murmured, and the floodgates clanged shut so fast the echo pressed tears out of his eyes. He gagged on the sudden lack of tide. "You almost let it right you," the sleeper said, voice scraping like stone smoothing stone. "Your blood is a pen. Try to be the hand." He could not answer. He shook. His skin felt full of bees that were deciding whether to be a swarm. The hawk landed on his shoulder and dug in until pain climbed a rope up his spine and found his brain. He breathed and counted because the numbers were the only bricks left. 3, 2, 1. He found his voice under rubble. "Mara," he said. "Where?" The sleeper closed eyes that did not need to and listened to an accounting in the walls. "South," they said. "Deeper. She is bait. You are purchase." The sleeper tilted their head, considering him with a professionalism that did not welcome pity. "You will be tempted to pay for her with the most expensive coin. Do not. That coin has no mint." "Who are you?" he asked. "Overdue," they said, and walked into the wall where the blast had made a door. Stone accepted them because stone likes precise people. He stayed where he was until the room stopped arguing. Then he stood and collected the pieces of himself the blast had scattered. The refusal, cracked. The mercy, dented. The ritual, intact. He knotted them together with the hawk's gaze. He told the power that lived in his blood the only true thing he had. Not yet. It paced, annoyed, then lay down like a god practicing humility in an empty temple. When he climbed back into the white grove, the ropes of hair still turned, but slower, as if tired. The basin of black water beyond the bone wall had crept closer, its face remade by the blast into a new expression, interest. He did not kneel to it. He did not insult it by pretending it was not there. He passed, and it let him pass because it was collecting interest of its own. The march south resumed. Land twitched underfoot like a horse learning to accept saddle. He descended terraces that had once been rice paddies and were now mirrors reflecting clouds that were not in the sky. He crossed a field of cracked clay that bled clear water and lace patterns when he walked. The water beaded, spelled count, and evaporated. He laughed once, hoarse. Even the ground had advice now. As dusk came, the world tried to domesticate itself for an hour. Birds considered song and then shook their heads. Crickets rehearsed a chorus and then forgot the lyrics. He found a dry shelf under an overhang and sat with his back to confident stone. The hawk hunted and returned with a mouse that had 3 shadows, ate 1, left 1, ignored 1. He chewed tough meat and watched the dark thicken as if the night were being poured from a jug and someone had decided to be generous. The ancestor blood kept its distance, but its smile touched the edges of his thoughts like cold breath on a glass. "You felt how easy it is?" it asked finally, conversational, as if they were 2 craftsmen discussing tools. "The world is so tired of resisting. It wants to be shaped. You could make it soft. It is alive," he said. "That is not an argument against shaping," it replied. "Only against carelessness. Be precise. Be vast. Be ours." "I will be me," he said, and the word me felt small enough to hide in his teeth. He slept in sips and woke to the sound of footsteps that had learned to apologize. Figures moved at the edge of the overhang's reach, humans mostly, wearing the South's dust, wrapped in shawls cut from prayer flags, faces painted with soot crosses that did not match any faith he knew, refugees of a geography that had changed addresses. A girl with a brass bell on a string came nearest. She rang it. It had no clapper. The sound arrived anyway, faint and perfect. "Do you belong to the cult?" he asked. "We belong to what?" "Doesn't eat us," she said simply. "Tonight, that is you." She glanced at the hawk. "And it." He shared bread. She offered a scrap of news as payment. "An army of accountants marches south," she said, without irony. "They have leaders with waxed hands and ledgers bound in skin that will not stay still. They are counting stones and rivers and doors. They are counting us. They say when they finish counting, the god will know what to charge." "Which god?" "The one that refuses names," she said, and yawned like a child, because she was. "We sleep near people like you because the night listens to you, and we want to hear what it hears." She curled on the ground and slept like a dropped shawl. He did not sleep again. He watched the night consider its options and choose fog. He traced the ritual on his knee in the ash damp. 3, 2, 1. He practiced saying no until the word became friendly instead of defensive. He remembered Mara's voice telling him to count. He held that memory in front of the ancestor blood like a lantern until the blood looked away, bored. Dawn arrived from 2 directions. The east admitted it had a sun. The south pretended it invented light. He packed. The refugees moved. Unlike mist being pulled by a patient hand, he followed the corridor the cult had preferred, an ache in the air he could thread by feel. It led to a ravine, where the walls wore the prints of 1,000 torches. At the bottom, a door had been carved in the shape of a mouth that would not open for begging. He put his hand on the stone and prepared to speak the ritual. Before he could, the stone said, and yet this was still far from his greatest trial. The ravine-mouth door did not open with strength. It opened with acknowledgement. His palm pressed to stone. He took 3 slow breaths, counted 2 heartbeats, asked 1 question, and the seam relaxed like a clenched jaw learning to trust. He stepped through with the hawk balanced on his shoulder and the south's cold light braiding itself around his ankles like riverweed. The corridor beyond descended in ribs and arches, bone-white curves supporting a spine of black slate. At each landing, the dew-bright spiral had been carved small as a thumbnail, then crossed out by a square, an old countermark he now recognized. Boundary, limit, edge, the first's quiet signature. He expected cultists. He found students. They stood in a row beyond the final arch, armor scuffed with academy crests, faces set in expressions they had practiced in mirrors and never in battle. Determination without dust, courage without hunger. Proctors flanked them, robes trimmed in the colors of houses that paid the library's bills. Behind the faculty line, a handful of city officers watched with knuckles white on spears, pretending they were here by choice. At the center, like the answer an equation had been trying to avoid, stood the leader of the 6th platform. Not the boy who had once tried to kill him in a chalk ring, but the man the Academy had spent years engraving into a weapon. "Welcome," the noble said, and the word was both courtesy and verdict. "A dual yard isn't big enough anymore." He should have smiled. He did not. "You shouldn't be here." "We are here for balance," said a proctor, as if parroting a contract he did not write. The archive chose witnesses, the city chose guards, the houses chose an heir. The South chose you. And who chose her? He asked, each word a nail hammered into a board, pointing past them, deeper into the dark where Mara's absence had mass. Silence. That was their answer. A gong sounded, a low circle of sound that rolled its shoulders along the hall and made the dust bow. Lanterns woke with sour, colorless flames. The noble raised his baton in a salute, learned as a child, and rebuilt as a man. "Clash of bloodlines," he said. And the phrase did not belong to any curriculum. It belonged to a calendar older than the Academy. Trial witnessed, debts tallied, outcomes binding. He did not lift a weapon. He lifted breath. "I accept." The hawk leapt, found an invisible perch in the ribs, and watched with a patience. Learned from gods. The noble moved first, not because he had less to lose, but because his blood had a tempo. Light leaned around him as he stepped, and the step wrote a line across the floor that the stone agreed to read as a boundary. His baton's second shadow rose like a blade from water. He drew it without touching it. The shadow hardened, drank the nearest light, and turned the noble's hand into a silhouette of intention. "House Kestrel," he murmured, as if the name could be a weapon on its own. And perhaps here it could. "Line of the Sky Splitter." He spoke the title with the reverence of a craftsman, naming a tool that had not failed him. The air agreed. Above them the ribs flashed with veins of pale blue, as if lightning had found an old favor to repay. The noble thrust, the shadow blade, arrived first, humming with the precise hunger of a debt collector. The orphan tilted, half a breath, less, and the blade kissed cloth at his shoulder. Heat. Ozone. The smell of storms where no clouds stood. The first stage was measurement. 2 craftspeople laying their tools on the table, seeing what fit where. He fought without the tide, muscle and refusal, footwork learned in yards and alleys. The noble fought with form that remembered ancestry. When their weapons struck, the sound was not metal. It was arithmetic answering a question. Proctors watched, with faces like shutters barred against weather. Students watched with eyes oily with excitement and fear. Beyond them, faceless accountants of the cult hovered at the edge of seeing, bells without clappers cradled in waxed hands. A feint became a cut. A Perry wrote a small essay on survival. He scored the noble's ribs and saw no blood, only light leaking like breath through linen. The noble nicked his cheek, and the cut did not close. The ancestor voice stirred, interested. The other boy's god owns the sky. It writes with lightning and reads with wind. Not subtle, effective. Let me show you a pen from before weather learned. To think. Not yet, he said, and caught the baton's shadow between two fingers, as if catching a fish by the jaw, twisting the line until it squealed. The noble's pupils tightened. Pride tried to speak, and was escorted off stage by caution. I admit, he said, stepping back, the rumors understate you. He raised his free hand and traced a sigil in the air. 2 arcs crossing, a beak pointed downward. The corridor's ribs expanded, became the curve of a throat. Wind entered where no wind belonged. The second stage began. Domain. The noble's god bloodline claimed the space. Floors sloped to suit his foot. The walls brightened where he looked. The ceiling lowered toward the orphan like a decision. He breathed through it. The hawk tucked its wings and rode the change, sharp and silent. You liked refusing the world, the noble said. Try refusing the sky. The sky arrived. Not the open blue, but the sudden, violent verticality of a storm column. The corridor extended into a distance that refused to end. Rain walked down in lines that did not wet anything, but hope. The noble moved within it like a priest in his first temple. Yield, he offered, and meant it as mercy. He did not yield. He drove forward under the slanting rain lines, turning his body into the half-closed shape that sheds water. The baton shadow scraped his ribs and he let it, trading shallow pain for position. He slid his shoulder under the noble's guard and found the place where breath becomes decision. He did not strike. He whispered, Don't do this again. The noble's answer was weary and honest. We were both taught badly. He drove a knee toward the orphan's thigh, a dirty, beautiful technique that belonged to alleys, not shrines. The strike numbed his leg to the hip. The storm laughed without sound. They separated. Stage 3 began without anyone announcing it. Revelation. The noble's second shadow lengthened, split at the tip, and feathered into 100 razor quills. He spread his fingers and the quills fanned. They did not fly. They aimed and waited, like a flock deciding which way to turn. Line of the sky splitter, he said again. But the words were different now. A prayer said as a child. A promise said as a man. Descended of the God who cut the firmament to give mortals weather. We owe nothing to the stillness that would keep us. The quills lifted as one. He reached for air, and air obliged, thickening around him, turning raindrops aside with small, polite pivots. The quills tore through that courtesy and wrote new punctuation in his skin. He hissed, unashamed. Pain is a receipt. He read it and moved on. Enough, said the ancestor blood, not angry, almost bored. You are failing a test you did not write. Change the exam. Open the first door, the small one. He had resisted the flood. He had resisted the treasury. He did not open a gate. He unlatched a cupboard. Something old leaned out and breathed into his mouth. The hall remembered something older than hallways. A gorge split by a word. The rain paused to listen. The noble felt it too. His eyes widened, then narrowed, respect learning to be fear. What are you? He asked softly. Less than I could be, he said, and stepped. The step bit the stone, and the bite became a seam that did not crack. It separated. The ground learned the shape, of disagreement. The storm above them stumbled. The quills came. He did not dodge all of them. He let some land and demanded they decide whether to be pain or information. Several chose information, and he used that to walk through the flock the wrong way. He touched the noble's wrist. The shadow blade hissed like water on iron. He touched the noble's shoulder. The storm ceiling raised 3 inches to accommodate humility. "You think I am wind and light," the noble said through his teeth, eyes bright as static. "I am also oath." He clapped the baton to his heart, and the corridor became outside, the ravine's mouth behind them, and the South's miles ahead. The world re-entered carrying its own rules. Proctors stumbled, students cried out, and the cult's accountants laughed soundlessly, bells without clappers chiming in satisfaction. The duel had burst its container. Stage 4. Field. They fought. Across stone ledges slick with old rain, over drawers of shale that slid when stepped on, along knife paths cut into red rock. The hawk dove and harried, taking rain out of the noble's eyes whenever the storm tried to help its son too much. The noble called winds that wanted to lift the orphan and deliver him to jagged embraces. He turned those winds aside with palms that remembered doors. He tried to keep the tide asleep and failed. It stirred when the noble raised his baton to the sky, and the clouds answered like relatives who always carry knives to weddings. The first time lightning struck, it found the orphan's shoulder and traveled down through him, counting ribs, looking for ground. The ground refused. The charge burned out in the muscles of his forearm and left his hand moving without him for a breath, fingers spelling a name he refused to read. The second time lightning struck, it found the baton, and the noble rode it, blade bright with God's smile. He met it with absence. The place where the strike wanted to be was not there. The bolt left angry and unspent and hit a cliff that was tired of being struck and decided to be a slope instead. "You're learning subtraction," the noble said, panting. "A poor man's magic." "Then I am rich," he said, and cut his own shadow with his heel so it would stop trying to warn him. They crashed through a stand of stone ferns that had crystallized in one wind and stayed that way for a century. Shards sang underfoot. The cultists followed, always just beyond the periphery, counting in a meter that did not match the fight. Students shouted names that turned to breath as they ran out of vowels. The winter-haired instructor watched from a ledge, face unreadable, one hand pressed to the rock as if listening for a verdict. The noble changed tactics. He stopped trying to pierce and started to lift. Pressure from all sides. A box of air closing, turning the orphan into the coffin the sky had always wanted for Earth. His ears popped. Blood thudded. The hawk wheeled helplessly, feathers torn, into arrangements that hurt to look at. He broke one hand free of the pressure and drew a shape the very old pretend not to remember. A square without sides, a door without hinges. The box hiccuped. He breathed through the opening, a thief of seconds. "Open it," hissed the ancestor blood. "Let me put a root down. He is a tree. Trees fear roots that move." He almost complied. The noble saw the almost, and redoubled. The pressure found his lungs and asked to be let in. He shook his head and turned his spine into a question mark, sliding out of edges into the wrong direction. He fell, landed badly, rolled, came up with grit in his teeth, and a grin he hadn't meant to earn. The noble landed with immaculate geometry and did not smile at all. Stage 5. Shame. The noble fainted high and struck low. The shadow-bitten baton chewed his calf. Muscle screamed and obeyed anyway because it admired stubbornness. He staggered. The hawk struck the noble's ear and was swatted from the air with a wave of contempt. It hit the shale and lay stunned. Something in him broke that wasn't bone. He rushed blindly, and the noble punished him with a parry that had studied under decades of expectations. He saw the ground too close and insulted it by not staying there. "Yield," the noble said again, not unkind. "I will not kill you. Others will. Let me be the last who doesn't." He laughed, ugly. You already tried. The noble flinched. A small human wince the storm could not stop. That was a boy. I am a son. He tasted blood and old milk. Of a god who split the sky and thinks that makes him kind. The storm darkened, offended on behalf of its ancestor. The noble's eyes went glass cold. It makes him necessary. He raised the baton. The clouds obeyed. A funnel of pearl gray began to spin in the ravine, curious and then committed. He was about to meet a wind that had learned to hold knives. He could not win this stage as a man. He knew it. The ancestor blood knew it, and preened. Let me. You are a door. Doors are brave when they are hinges. He counted. 3, 2, 1. He opened, but not the floodgates, not the treasury. He opened the letter slit in the door and let a single word through. The word was not a word in any tongue. It was the shape the mouth makes when it refuses a king. Everything slowed. Raindrops stretched into beads on threads, each bead holding a picture of a different possible hymn. He chose none. The funnel hesitated, listening. The noble blinked in a world that had decided to be syrup. He walked forward and placed 2 fingers on the noble's sternum, left of center. He pushed. The push wrote a new paragraph in the noble's posture. Less pride, more breath. The funnel lost interest and wandered away to frighten a cliff it had always disliked. Who are you? The noble whispered. Not ritual now, wonder stalking fear. The wrong question, he said, because he was afraid of the right one. Who are you when the sky looks away? Something cracked behind them. The ravine's wall decided it had been a wall long enough and collapsed into a new slope. Students scattered, proctors measured, cultists counted faster. The winter-haired instructor closed his eyes in a way that might have been prayer or math. The noble snarled and abandoned. Elegance. The storm fell out of the air onto the ground, a blanket full of knives. He could not subtract all the knives. One caught his flank, another the meat of his forearm, another the soft place below his collarbone where secrets live. The ancestor blood. Laughed and pulled, and he finally let it wear his wrists. For a heartbeat, he was more than a boy. He was a margin note written by the first author in a book the gods had stolen. He did not call lightning. He asked Earth to remember being separate from sky, and the memory obliged. The ground rose between them in a thin, absolute wall. The knives stopped as if ashamed. The storm tried to go through and discovered it did not have the correct paperwork. The noble stared at the wall, at the line in the world that said here and not here, and recognized it. The line his ancestor had cut had been vertical, generous, an opening. This line was refusal, horizontal, a horizon turned sideways into a blade. First, he whispered, horror and fascination married in his voice. You are of the first. He did not answer. He could not inhabit that truth yet. The wall shivered under his hands, asking to be a road or a door or a sentence. He let it be a breath. When it exhaled, the shock knocked the noble back into shale. The baton skittered. The second shadow flickered. For the first time, the noble looked younger than his clothes. He crossed the ground between them, the hawk a streak of approval over his head. He did not strike. He put his heel on the baton and pressed until the second shadow cried and withdrew into the stick like a tide ashamed of itself. The noble reached for a spell and found his pockets empty. Yield, he said, and the word did not taste like mercy or victory. It tasted like work. The noble looked past him at the students, at the proctors, at the accountants counting with their bells, at the winter-haired instructor who had not moved. He found no face that could carry his shame for him. He opened his hands. Yield, he said, and it broke something cleanly inside him that might grow back better. Stage 6. Aftermath. The storm ended the way arguments sometimes do, abruptly, with the feeling that nothing had been decided, and everything had changed. The ravine breathed. The cultists' bells went silent, which is louder than any chime. The students began to talk all at once, and then stopped, terrified of their own voices. Proctors wrote on tablets words that would be edited later until they served no one. He stepped back and let the noble stand. The boy, man, winced, and then ignored pain with the grace of someone who has rehearsal dinner with suffering. "If you are of the first," he said softly, "then the war my elders warned me about is not metaphor. War is always metaphor, until it gets hungry," the orphan said. He found himself swaying. Blood had made maps of his ribs. The hawk dug in to keep him vertical. The ancestor blood murmured delight and discontent in equal measure, as if offended it had been given only the wrists. The winter-haired instructor finally moved. He came down the ledge with the steadiness of a calendar and put himself between the boys and the world. "Enough for witnesses," he said to the proctors. "Enough for ledgers," he said to the cultists, whose veils fluttered in winds they pretended not to control. "As for the houses," he looked at the noble with an expression that was not unkind. "Tell them the sky has a sister it forgot." "The first," the noble said, tasting the word with a mixture of reverence and fear. "The one who refused immortals at the making of the second dawn." The instructor did not nod. He said nothing, which in older languages is a way of saying yes without giving a name to the admission. He turned to the orphan. "You have opened a slit," he said. "Not a gate. That is skill, and luck, and warning." The cultists began to leave, not by walking, but by deciding to be elsewhere, and convincing the air to agree. The last among them, a woman with waxed hands, paused. "The ledger recognizes lineage," she said. "The first wrote zeros where the gods wrote ones. We consider that fraud." "Consider faster," he said, and the hawk snapped its beak in punctuation. She smiled as if she had been paid. "War will audit you." "War is bad at math," Mara would have said if she had been here, and the thought of it hurt enough to make him straighten. "Where is she?" he asked the air, the ravine, the cultists who were now more absence than presence. No answer. Absence is a cruel listener. He turned to the noble. "If I leave you standing, will you stand beside me next time?" The noble flinched at next time, and then nodded, because there had always been one. "If I stand, I will." He wiped rain and blood from his mouth with the back of his wrist. Boy suddenly, and met the orphan's eyes without a god between them. "We were both taught badly," he repeated. "Teach me the word you used, the one that turned the storm aside." He shook his head. "It isn't a word. It's a refusal." He touched 2 fingers to the noble's sternum again, left of center. "Practice here." Proctors began to herd students uphill with the efficiency of men who have been told they are responsible for nothing. The winter-haired instructor gathered silence and wrapped it around the ravine like a bandage. The hawk launched and took the measure of the newly emptied sky, which was trying, awkwardly, to be blue. The cultists were completely gone. That is, the air had stopped pretending to have the outline of their bodies. He went to the edge of the slope where the wall had become rubble and looked south. The land changed color there, as if someone had poured tea into the earth and not stirred. Somewhere in that stain, Mara waited. A hand turned into bait. The ancestor blood purred, eager, rehearsing monotones of conquest. He breathed, and it sulked and quieted. The noble came to stand beside him, careful not to stand too close. "They will say I lost." "You did," he said, because he would not steal the truth from someone who could use it. but not the thing that matters. What matters? The noble asked, mouth tired and sincere. Not kneeling to the wrong teacher, he said. The noble considered that, picked it up, weighed it, put it in an inner pocket where he had been keeping pride. Then teach me to lose correctly. Walk south when the houses order you north, the orphan said. And when the sky calls, make it wait. The winter-haired instructor called up from the ledge, voice like the last line of a page. We are done here, for now. He met the orphan's eyes and did not smile. Do not open larger doors before you learn how to close small ones. He nodded. He could feel the slit in him radiating, a little window the first had left unshuttered, a draft of strength and trouble. He wrapped breath around it. He thought of Mara's knuckles tapping his, 3, 2, 1, and felt the window's appetite lessen by a notch. As they climbed from the ravine, the hawk circled and screamed twice, a signal learned between wars. Figures at the rim, messengers or ghosts, held up a banner painted with a symbol he had seen on coins in markets, and seals on letters and scars on wrists. The dew-bright spiral. It had been rewritten. Around it, older than ink, older than blade, a ring of small squares marked the edge. The first's mark. The two symbols did not fit. That was the point. The banner promised what the cultist had said as a threat, and the instructor had implied as a warning. The ledgers would go to war. He didn't wait for declarations. He didn't have time for process. He had a friend turned into a receipt. He had a door that spoke his name as if it were an invoice number. He had a rival who knew the shape of his enemy now and chose to walk in the same direction despite pedigree. He had a mountain of rules trying to stand in a river. They reached the academy's lower terrace as bells began to ring in 3 conflicting tempos: temple, council, market, none aligned, all urgent. The winter-haired instructor vanished into the web that strings authority to excuse. The noble stood with his hands loose at his sides, looking up at the banners that had taught him his face. They looked smaller today. He looked taller without, changing height. Next time, the noble said. Not bravado, just schedule. Next time, the orphan agreed, and the words did not taste like threat. They tasted like a calendar marking a season called necessary. He turned away from the safe gates and toward the south stain. The hawk settled against his neck, hot and alive. The ancestor blood muttered maps in the grammar of hunger. He listened. As one listens to a dangerous teacher, respectfully, skeptically, aware that brilliance can become appetite in a single unguarded breath. Behind him, in the yards, boys and girls who had never bled except under supervision practiced salutes and bowing to storms. A headstones remembered the first door and asked to be a road. He placed his foot where refusal could still be distinguished from cruelty and stepped. The rival had been defeated, but not broken. His godline had been checked, not humiliated. The hall, the ravine, the sky, and the south all took note. Somewhere beyond sight, immortals who had convinced themselves they were accounts and not appetites lifted their heads and sniffed a wind that did not belong to them. And somewhere deeper still, the first, the one who had defied the immortals, not out of rage, but out of a craftsman's pride in a good boundary, turned a page in the burning library and waited to see whether the boy would learn the difference between a line and a cage. The war would not arrive tomorrow. It was already here, politely knocking, counting, promising to pay in ruin, and asking for change. He went to meet it. With breath for a shield, refusal for a blade, and a door inside him he intended to keep small until the day smallness would be a sin. It began not with trumpets, but with a bruise on the horizon, a deepening the color of old ink, where the line between earth and sky should have been clean. Birds flew toward it, and then turned back abruptly, as if the world had ended early and refused to notify them. The river, which had always minded its manners, rose a hand of water and placed it on the city's cheek, like a mother waking a fevered child. Bells rang in 3 tempos: temple, council, market, and none of them agreed on what time it was. The mountain under the academy groaned like a great book, being opened to a page the librarians had sworn did not exist. He watched from the southern terrace with the hawk on his shoulder and ash on his boots. Mara's absence still had weight. The winter-haired instructor stood beside him with his hands tucked into his sleeves, looking older than wind. The noble heir, the leader of the 6th platform, no longer just a rival, stood to the other side, jaw set, eyes clear. And below them, the city reorganized itself into a shape that could live. Shutters came down, doors were barred, children were lifted. Old men set out chairs in the doorways of the memories they refused to evacuate. "What is that?" someone asked, pointing at the bruise on the horizon that now pulsed with a pulse the world did not own. "An invoice," the winter-haired instructor said softly. "From gods who forgot we paid already." The bruise bulged. It split. Through. It came a hand. No, a history wearing the shape of a hand. Fingers too long. Knuckles ringed with constellations that moved on their own axes. The hand pressed against the sky from inside and left prints that became new stars. Below the hand, the air wrinkled and a mouth formed, wide as a valley, and it sighed. The sigh became wind. The wind broke windows, laid men on their knees, and plucked prayers out of throats. Gods had intervened before, through storms, through omens, through the polite tyranny of fate. But this was different. They were stepping down. "Mortals," said a voice that used thunder for vowels, "you have been miscounted. The balance is not in your favor." "Balance," the noble muttered, humorless. "They learned the cult's vocabulary." "The cult learned theirs," the instructor replied. He turned, eyes like stones washed by many tides. "You know what you are to them now, boy?" "A line item," he said, and the hawk tensed as if agreement has feathers. Symbol," the old man corrected. "And symbols are roads. People will walk you to where they must go." He had not wanted to be a road, but the city made him one. The first banners were rags tied to broom handles, dyed with wine, painted with the chalk square that had become the answer to the spiral. Then came proper cloth, proper ink, proper hands. The square striped across shields, sewn into sleeves, chalked on door lintels, scratched into the leather of boots so that every step took defiance with it. Boys who had learned his name as an insult spoke it like a promise. Girls who had been told to be good learned to be precise instead. Even the river learned a trick. It parted for boats that carried the square and refused to move for anyone else. He did not give speeches. He breathed where people could see him breathe. He walked where fear piled too high and made a path through it with refusal. He listened more than he spoke, and when he spoke he did not borrow the gods' vowels. "Count," he told them. "How many of us? How many doors? How many small mercies left? Then we can decide what to spend." The governor sent messengers with titles curved like knives and eyes that trembled toward him and then away. The guildmasters arrived with carts of iron and flour and saws, pretending charity and practicing survival. The tenders of the nameless shrine came empty-handed and built a ring of mirrors facing outward around the city. The mirrors reflected nothing but fog until the gods looked at them. Then the fog turned to teeth. At noon, the bruise on the horizon split entirely, and the first god stepped through. It wore the sky like a cloak that misremembered its size. Lightning threaded its hair and forgot to leave. Its face was not a face. It was a moving weather, features scudding and reforming on pressure fronts. It took a breath, and the river rose and knelt. It opened its hand, and the hand became a flock of birds made of daylight. The noble stiffened as if summoned by blood. "Sky splitter," he whispered, reverent and afraid. "Ancestor." The god's gaze found the mountain and paused, like a reader halting at a familiar sentence. "Little boundary," it said, and the word made the mountain flinch down to its old bones. "We remember you." He stepped forward before the mountain could apologize. The hawk dug claws into his shoulder and stayed. "We remember you too," he said, voice steady because fear cannot fix anything. "And we remember the first." The sky shook itself. Thunder laughed. "Boundaries, bastard," the god said. Not insult, inventory. "You have opened a slit you were not taught. I closed it," he said, which was almost true. "Once," the god corrected. It lowered until its shadow fell across the terraces like an eclipse that preferred chosen targets. "The cult has balanced books in our name. We come to claim the payment. We will pay in refusal," the winter-haired instructor said, stepping past him and planting his staff like a surveyor's stake. "We will pay in doors shut and roads rerouted. We will pay in vocabulary you have not heard in ages." The god regarded the old man as weather regards a hill. Aware, irritated, planning to take centuries to wear it down. "Mortal," it said, "you are counting seconds against an ocean." "That's how counting begins," the instructor said, and smiled the way stone smiles when it is tired and proud. The first strike came without trumpet, because gods don't warn, they demonstrate. The air swallowed sound and returned it as force. Roofs lifted, trees flattened. People ran because people run. He stood because he had nowhere to run to that would not abandon someone who couldn't run as fast. He drew a square without sides, in front of him, and felt it take. The wave struck the square, poured around it, tried to memorize it and failed. Behind him, voices rose. The sound of a city discovering it could live through the first blow. War wrote itself across days and nights that forgot to change places. Gods, plural, stepped through splits in the world as if arriving late to a quarrel they had wanted to avoid. The river sleeper appeared in the confluence and turned currents like ropes, pulling bridges taut, and then snapping them to watch men learn to swim. The sunkeeper dimmed noon 2 degrees and wrote warnings on the skins of dates and on eyelids. The nameless arrived by not arriving. The space they refused to occupy became a pit, around which armies stumbled and fell in with the slow horror of bureaucracy. Mortals did what they do. Adapted, argued, sang while building, made jokes brutal, enough to carry 3 men each. The academy opened its vaults and released relics it had sworn would never taste air again. Some behaved like loyal dogs, others like cats. Proctors who had once counted chalk circles now learned to count wounds, closed, and trenches reinforced. Students who had memorized dueling salutes learned to carry water without spilling it over bodies that could not move. The noble became a standard bearer who did not carry a standard, only a posture that told the sky to wait its turn. He never stopped looking south. The cult moved Mara like a number from column to column, finding balances that hurt. Rumors reached, him in brittle packets, a mirror showing her face sideways, a bell ringing by itself when her name was said, a strand of hair found tied to a map with a knot he had learned in the orchard beyond the stables. In the hours between strikes, he walked, the mirrors with the tenders, asking Fog to be kind. Fog knows more than it says. Sometimes it let her outline flicker, spear across her knees, eyes steady, the corners of her mouth tilted in patience that mocked terror. He became symbol whether he wanted it or not. Children chalked squares on their cheeks and ran at the river, as if daring it to choose them last. Women tied thread round their wrists, 3 turns for 3 breaths, and stood in doorways watching gods make mistakes. Men who had despised him for his lack of crest and lineage carried his name like a ladder and leaned it against problems they could climb. When he passed, the city did not cheer. It steadied. It is a finer thing. The first comrade to fall was the cheerful boy with the quick hands, the one who had once slid him bread and jokes with equal deftness. In the 3rd week, when the river sleeper tried to teach the lanes new alphabets and Floodwater learned to spell panic, the boy led a chain of human knots across the current, to haul children safe. A wave took him back with a politeness that was crueler than violence. They found his body later, throat full of weeds like green prayer beads, fingers still curled as if holding the end of a rope he refused to believe had ended. The city learned a new sound that day. Not wailing, not silence. Something like both with teeth. He took the boy's bell and wore it at his wrist, clapperless, for weight. The second sacrifice came in flame. The Sunkeeper tested the city's roofs with a quiet heat that did not register as fire until ash fell with the delicacy of first snow. A block burned without smoke. People fell without screaming. The sharp-eyed girl, the one who had always watched him as if writing a report in a neat hand, ran into the block with buckets and came out with bodies and went back in until her hair smoked. She looked at him once and nodded, acknowledging, "Appointment. Today I die, your face will remember it." She went back in. The roof settled itself on her like an elderly relative hugging too hard. When they dragged the rubble aside, they found her hand locked around the ankle of a child who had lived because her death answered the question the flames had been asking improperly. How much will you pay? He carried those two weights into every choice. He stopped feeling heroic. He started feeling precise. That was when the gods corrected their strategy. They had been stepping where they were tall. Now they stepped where they were clever. The Nameless made a corridor of absence across the grain stores and kept it there like a policy. The River Sleeper reversed one alley's gravity so that water fell up and then rained down in the next ward, breaking 1,000 barrels of plaster and 2 men's necks. The Sky Splitter learned his square and began to bend wind around it, not to break it, but to make it useless elsewhere. It would not be the last time a god learned quickly enough to be frightening. The winter-haired instructor did the arithmetic and discovered there were not enough small doors to keep shutting. "The ledger wants a large payment," he told the council, whose faces looked injured by truth. "Better a person choose to pay it than the city be chosen." "Who?" the governor asked, the syllable a coward's prayer. "I am old," the instructor said mildly. "My future is not as expensive as his." He nodded toward the boy, and the room flinched involuntarily, as if a whip had cracked above the table. "No," he said, and the hawk's claws dug deeper, seconding the motion. "Not yet," the instructor corrected. "But soon." He looked at the noble, measuring him as if fitting a man for the right armor. "You will have to stand where Sky wants to sit. You are made for that. Try to be furniture the gods regret." The noble almost smiled, and then remembered his ancestor was watching. "I will do my best to be uncomfortable," he said. The mentor's death came like good carpentry, measured, exact, inevitable. The Nameless cut an absence through the academy's base like a thief carving a hole in a wall, intending to bring the whole mountain down and laugh softly later about metaphors. The winter-haired instructor went to the cut with his staff and 3 breaths and put himself in the shape of a brace. He braced not just stone, but story. The story the city needed to keep telling about itself tomorrow. He looked like a man holding up a house while others ran out. He looked like a diagram that no one would explain. He looked at the boy and did not say goodbye because words take time from tasks. "Small doors," he said, and his mouth found a smile under the weight. "Close as many as you can." Then the absence learned the name of the load it was carrying and decided to become presence for a breath out of respect. In that breath, the instructor died. There was no body, only the impression of a staff, leaning where no staff was. The mountain did not fall. The academy forgot 2 lies it had been telling itself for a century. People lived because a man had made himself a hinge. He did not grieve elegantly. He took the staff that was not there, and the bell that had no clapper, and the memory of a hand that had written the word later, and he walked south alone. The hawk scolded him and went anyway. The noble saw him and followed without speaking. Others tried to come, and he told them to stay and build because not everyone is a door. The city watched his back and realized that symbols do not get to be people in public. They are roads, and roads are for leaving by. They found the cult's procession on the mirror road beyond the marsh, a road stolen from reflections and laid down on fog. Palanquins slid soundless like ideas that do not ask permission. Bells hung mute and deadly like fruit that poisons any tree that bears it. In the center, Mara walked with her spear across her shoulders, wrists unbound, escorted by absents dressed as monks. She did not look at him. He understood. Some rescues are ruined by witnesses. The Nameless noticed him noticing and turned. It did not have a face, so it used the palanquin's silk as a mouth. "Purchase," it said. "Bring the ledger to 0. He drew the square with his breath, because he could not raise a hand without raising the tide. "No," he said. God laughed with no sound. It pointed at Mara with the idea of a finger. The mirror road made a seam and tried to drink her. She balanced on the edge, light on her toes, spear steady, eyes on him. A small smile canted as if to say, "Count, then choose." He opened the slit inside him, not the gate, not the door, the letter slot, and let one word of the first through. The mirror refused to be a mouth. It became a window instead. Windows do not swallow. The Nameless sulked, then decided sulking wasted centuries and called friends. The sky splitter fell like a storm with manners. The river sleeper rose like a sermon at flood stage. The sunkeeper dimmed the world until colors were reduced to policy. Gods made a circle of interventions and invited death to sit down. He stood in the center with a hawk, a noble, a woman he could not yet reach, and a city at his back repeating the ritual under its breath. 3, 2, 1. "Mortals," the sky splitter said, weary as a father with a dozen frantic sons, "you have mistaken our patience for permission. We have mistaken your hunger for law," he said, and the hawk screamed as if to underline a paragraph. "We correct the ledger now." War spoke its name. It did not shout. It said it like a clerk calling numbers at a window. The clash that followed was not a battle so much as a negotiation conducted with earthquakes. He subtracted where they added. He refused where they blessed. He bent where they tried to crack. The noble turned wind until it learned to carry mortals gently. Mara used her spear to pin shadows to ground, as if butterflies to velvet boards. The hawk chose eyes like a miser choosing coins. The gods kept counting. Every refusal bought a breath. Every breath cost 2 prayers. People died in tidy rows and messy heaps, and one by one in corners no one remembered to name. He could not count it and live, so he did not count it. He moved. The river sleeper found him with a rope of water braided around names, and tried to wrap it around his throat. He put his cheek against the rope like a lover, and asked it softly to remember rain. It loosened, and became many small mercies. Children caught them in cupped hands and did not know they had assisted in a god's shame. The sunkeeper tightened noon until metal sang, and men's eyes boiled in sockets. He wiped the song from the air with his palm and stored it in the bell at his wrist. The bell, still without a clapper, made a tone that remembered a boy who had died politely, and the tone cooled the street as if shade had grown fingers. The Nameless made a corridor through his ribcage and offered to carry his heart forward if he would stop walking. He offered it a square. Corridors hate corners. It gagged and let go. He did not thank it. Courtesy is wasted on zeros. And then the sky splitter grew bored with nuance. It pulled a blade of cloud from its hair that every myth had been trying to describe and cut the world with it. The cut ran from the marsh to the mountain, a neat incision that separated yesterday from tomorrow. People stumbled as their feet discovered disagreement about which side was now. Buildings remembered different architects. The Academy's bell tower finished falling from a crack it had started during an old earthquake, and this time did not. Get up. He could not mend that cut. He could only prevent it from widening. He set his hands on the edges and held. The noble set his hands beside his and held. The river pushed their elbows the way a friend steadies a ladder. Mara set her spear across the cut like a splint, and the spear hummed. The hawk landed on the spear and, just by being, made balance richer than math. For a moment, 4 mortals argued the world back into one piece. The gods blinked. They had not expected argument to be so well spoken. Enough, the Nameless said, insulted by clarity. It reached for Mara with no hand. The mirror road opened beneath her like a mouth told a joke. She dropped, caught the edge with 2 fingers, hung, kicked, found purchase, looked at him. He moved, and the sky splitter swatted him aside with a gust that smelled like rain in armor. He hit stone and tasted years. He got up because getting up is a language he speaks now. Let me, said the ancestor blood, not as seduction, but as fact. You will not hold this alone. Open the door. Open the house. Open the hill the house stands on. He opened more than a slit. He opened a room. The first stepped through, or something like stepping, and put hands over his on the world's wound. Those hands were not hands, they were edges. The cut considered being a seam instead, and then, briefly, was. The sky splitter snarled in old weather, and the sunkeeper burned a footnote into the day, and the river sleeper drew breath for a new policy, and the Nameless began to erase verbs. The room inside him shook. The house cracked. The hill leaned. He felt himself going hollow with effort. He welcomed hollowness. It makes space for breath. Then the invoice arrived for the room he had rented. Cost, 1 mentor already paid, 2 comrades accounted for, 31 strangers whose names he never learned, and a promise he had made to no one but himself, that he would not become a god to beat gods. The room demanded collateral. It asked for the hawk. No, he said aloud, and the hawk, understanding without language, dug in. The first's hands were cool and precise and pitiless as rulers. Payment, they said, not to him, to math. He stared back at math. Take me instead, he whispered. The world heard the whisper and shivered, because deals like that have histories. Mara spoke the small word that has saved more lives than any prayer. Wait. She swung her spear one-handed, impossibly, and bridged the last inch to the edge, hauling herself up with a snarl that was grateful to no one. She broke the mirror road with the butt of her weapon. The Nameless, surprised into petulance, missed. The hawk stayed. The first closed the room's shutters. The hill stood back up. The house leaned but did not fall. He paid in breath and shook. The gods reeled and reset. Mortals did not. Mortals cannot reset. They only keep going with worse equipment. The governor fell in a line of men pretending to be a wall. The guildmaster of bakers became a general because dough and morale rise the same way. The noble took a saber meant for a boy and lost the use of a hand without losing the use of his oath. The river learned to whisper the square to itself. The city, harried and half-eaten, remained a city because people kept saying its name while pointing at it. Twilight swelled. Gods grew taller in it, as if shade were a tax break for divinity. He felt himself shrinking in equal and opposite measure, not weaker, truer. Symbols wear down to their necessary shapes under pressure. He had been a road. Now he found himself becoming a bridge. He called the council not to the hall that had lost its roof, but to the broken tower where wind could attend. This can't be a siege, he said, voice hoarse with smoke and hours. It must be a strike. We punch the ledger in the eye, or the counting never ends. Where? The noble asked, cradling his injured hand as if it were a bird he could not release yet. The place they are most certain of, he said. The spiral gate, the heart of the cult's math. He looked at Mara and the look said, I won't pretend I'm not scared. She nodded, and the nod said, Good, bring your fear, it will keep you honest. They moved at midnight with no torches. The tenders laid a path of mirrors face down so absence could not memorize their feet. The lantern guild carried darkness in jars and poured it where the sunkeeper prowled. Children who should have been sleeping climbed onto rooftops and looked outward with unauthorized courage, reporting by bells without clappers. 2 chimes for river shifts, 3 for sky, 1 for things that had no names and were not invited. The city walked them to the marsh, as a mother walks a son she has decided not to stop. The spiral gate rose from the bank like an accusation, carved from stone that had never been born, only asserted. The dew-bright spiral glowed inlaid with metals the earth did not recall. Around it, cultists arranged ledgers in circles. Their waxed hands shone. They hummed a tune that refused melody. Gods stood behind them in the water, in the sky, in the burn of the stars. He did not speak. He drew the square. The gods answered. Lightning, heat, absence. He subtracted. The square shook, tried to be a cage, and he refused it the comfort. Line, he told it, not prison. Mara drove her spear into the seam of the gate, hunting for that one soft place every proud construct keeps hidden behind its posture. The noble raised his broken hand like a flag, and the wind remembered it loved him, and came at his gesture, not as weapon, but as courier, carrying grit to jam gears and ash to blind eyes, and the smell of bread to remind soldiers why. The first circle of cultists fell. The second closed ranks. The third lifted ledgers high as shields. The Nameless strode forward on a corridor of no. The Sky Splitter drew back its blade. The Sunkeeper took a breath. The River Sleeper swelled. He reached for the room again and found the rent higher. The first waited with patience that made cruelty look clumsy. Payment, the old edge said. He had nothing left but people. He would not spend them. He tried an old trick, an IOU scrawled on the inside of his ribs. Later, he told Power, with interest. The first is not a banker. It nodded anyway. The room opened enough for one, more refusal the size of a city. He placed both hands on the spiral gate and said the smallest word correctly. No. The gate remembered a day when it had been a ring of rope on a child's wrist. It sagged. The spiral uncoiled. The dew-bright metal dulled. The ledgers caught fire from no flame. The Nameless reached forward and grabbed the word with 2 non-hands and tried to break it and failed because the word was not his, not the gods, not even the first's. It was mortal. The Sky Splitter's blade hesitated, then shrieked against a boundary it had invented and forgotten. The Sunkeeper inhaled the fire and choked. The River Sleeper drew back in disgust as ash made mud in its mouth. The gate cracked. Mara leapt and drove her spear into the fault, and the crack ran across the face like a vein taught to be vine and then taught to be lightning. The noble howled something that might have been his ancestor's name or his own. The hawk veered and plucked a wax seal from the lead cultist's hand and dropped it into the river. The river ate it like fruit. Books screamed in small, tidy voices. The cult broke like clay struck by weather. He stood in the ruin of arithmetic while God stepped back not in defeat, but in insulted interest. The Nameless stared with nothing. The Sky Splitter sheathed weather the way a man puts away a knife when the conversation changes topics. The Sunkeeper smoothed its robes of light. The River Sleeper looked at the city as if reconsidering a contract signed in a funnier age. This ledger, the Nameless said at last, is not closed. Neither is the world, he answered. The hawk clicked its beak as if adding a period. The gods did not vanish. They rotated out of the way like statues on a turntable that someone had grown bored of. The bruise on the horizon paled. Stars resumed old positions, resentful of the chore. The river lay down like a tired dog. The city stood on legs that would ache for months. Men and women knelt. Not to him, not to gods, not to victory, to grief. Names filled the night like lanterns lit and set adrift. He found the place where the winter-haired instructor had braced the mountain and pressed his palm to stone. It was warm. He pressed his forehead to it. It was kinder than God's. Mara stood at his shoulder and did not touch him. The noble stood at his other shoulder and did not speak. The hawk slept with one eye open, because that is how hope sleeps. He did not declare peace. He did not declare anything. He breathed. He counted. He asked the question, "What does this make of me?" And the answer was a new weight he would carry until his back learned to call it posture. In the morning, banners showed square inside spiral, not to cancel the old sign, but to teach it manners. Children drew both on their palms, clapped, laughed, cried, and grew. The council wrangled statutes around miracles, and learned law cannot be draped over godlike weather without tearing. The guilds invented a new trade, rebuilding the day. Up on the mountain, the academy opened its gates to anyone who could count 3 breaths and still tell the truth. In the marsh, broken palanquins sank in slow dignity. In the mirrors, fog practiced, showing mercy. And in the far distance, where the bruise had been, something larger than God's rolled over in its sleep. He looked south again. War had not stopped. It had changed shape, learned patience, put on manners. The gods would come back with accountants and apologies and improved arguments. The cult would commission new ledgers from men who could bind books that bite. The city would get used to living and forget quickly enough to make the next remembering hurt. Symbols would be asked to walk a long way on tired legs. He tightened the bell thong on his wrist until it dug. He cleaned the instructor's staff, though there was nothing to clean. He watched Mara rewrap her spear haft where hands had worn it smooth. He saw the noble teach a child to hold wind like a cup. He listened to the river rehearse saying no with a better accent. He told the first, inside, that the room would remain locked most days. The first said nothing, which is sometimes how respect speaks. He turned to the city that had made him a road, and then a bridge, and then a rumor. And he told it the only sentence that felt true, in a language where gods shop with lives. The cost of power was no longer measured in blood alone. It was measured in the fate of the entire world. Dawn came late, as if the world had hesitated to deliver another day that might be taken from it. The bruise on the horizon had faded, but not forgiven. In its place, a cold brightness stretched across the sky like a blade left on a windowsill. Ordinary, dangerous, casual. Down the mountain, the city breathed in cracked rhythms and stitched itself with rope and rumor. Up on the academy's highest terrace, where stone keeps the confidences of wind, he stood with the hawk on his shoulder, and the staff that was not there laid invisibly across his palms. The square lived in his breath. The first's room lived, behind his ribs like a shut-eye that twitched in dreams. They said the God King would come at noon. Noon arrived and found no one waiting to be measured by it. The God King arrived an hour early, because kings disdain clocks, and gods disdain the idea that time should exist without their permission. He did not step through a gate. He rewrote a horizon. The mountain's shadow lay in a different direction, for a heartbeat, and then remembered itself. The God King stood on the far ridge as if the ridge had grown for the privilege. He wore no crown. He wore a history of victories smoothed into a calm that made men want to kneel. The sky gathered behind him the way a court gathers behind a monarch. Bands of cloud arranged themselves as banners. The sun found the plane of his cheek and polished it. The wind learned to speak carefully. People had tried to describe him. The descriptions sounded like weather reports written by poets. He was not handsome. He was not terrible. He was exact. He was inevitable. The spiral glowed faint under the skin of his throat, and around it, etched faint as old scars, a collar of small squares. Not submission, appropriation. He had harvested the vocabulary of refusal and made jewelry of it. "Boundaries, child," he said, and the mountain shivered because the phrase carried an old legal weight. "City's favorite mistake. Come down." "I am already falling," the orphan said, and started down the steps. The hawk launched and circled to count his courage. The noble waited halfway with a sling on his ruined hand and a posture that dared sky to forget him. Mara stood at the base with her spear, hair tied back with a strip of dusk cloth, chin lifted in a defiance that did not need witnesses. Around them, the terraces were crowded with men and women who had worked all night and learned to stand without leaning. Bakers in aprons dusted with ash and flour, smiths with hands nicked by metal that had argued, tenders with mirrors inked with prayers that were also jokes. Children lined the parapets with chalk on their palms. Bells without clappers hung everywhere, quiet as breath. Every face looked outward. No one prayed like a petitioner. People prayed like carpenters measuring a cut twice. He stopped beside Mara. They did not touch. Touch can be a promise that takes too much, too soon. "If I ask you to pull me back," he said, "count to 3. If you ask me," she said, "I will count to 1. He smiled without showing teeth. "Good." The God King did not descend. The mountain rose to meet him, each ledge straightening as if standing to attention. He walked on air that had decided to be polite for once. Armies gathered in the folds of the hills, mortals with spears that had been fishing poles last week, cultists with ledgers bruised by fire and regret, proctors who had traded their styluses for maces and found both heavy in different ways. Gods did not appear. They were watching. It is possible for a god to be afraid of a precedent. The God King stopped 10 paces away. He was shorter than rumor and taller than need. His eyes did not glow. They accounted. "I knew your ancestor," he said without nostalgia. "The first was a craftsman who mistook limits for virtues. I offered partnership. They chose pride. They chose kindness," he said, and felt the room in his ribs stir. Pride is the word power uses for a door that refuses to open. "You speak well," the God King said. "Let us exhaust words." He lifted his hand. Noon bent like glass over. Heat. The first reversal arrived as a courtesy. The God King did not strike to kill. He struck to instruct. The terrace shifted into a geometry that loved him. Edges softened to accept his feet. Air turned to an ally that caught his breath and returned it stronger. Light refused to leave shadows where he did not want them. The orphan felt himself demoted to witness in his own world. He drew the square into being and the square misbehaved, growing corners where doors should be, wanting to be a jail where it had been a line. "Your trick is younger than my patience," the God King said, and blew. His breath became a policy. The policy excluded mortals from the next 10 heartbeats. The city's cries came dim and late. The hawk faltered and recovered. Mara leaned into him without touching him, and he leaned back into her without stealing balance. He was outmatched. It was educational. He retreated, one step, then another, down a terrace that tried to turn his souls into apologies. The God King's shadow stretched ahead of him like a fate. He could see the war's reflection in the mirrors, people running and not running, walls learning to breathe, water being taught to behave. He wanted desperately to be more than lungs. "Open the room," said the ancestor blood, quiet as a blade in cloth. "Let me make a door that does not ask permission. Let me make a road through his ribs." He remembered the bell at his wrist and the staff that was not there, and the teacher who had made himself absence. Not yet. he said, and the God King heard only breath and assessed it. Your first is a rumor I indulged for a century, the God King said. One does not prosecute myths, one taxes them. He flicked his hand and the terrace rotated. Stone became water in the space of a blink, and the blink became a drowning. The hawk screamed and the sound vibrated into a rope. He grabbed it and the rope became hope. He climbed hope like a ladder and found breath again. The God King watched with the sympathy of a physician who has invented the sickness. You are precise, the God King said. I concede the pleasure of watching you count. He smiled, small and honest. Now stop, the second reversal. Rally. He stopped retreating. He set his feet where the mountain remembered being stubborn. He bent his knees to honor effort. He took 3 breaths that did not belong to gods, and 2 heartbeats that did not report to ledgers, and asked 1 question he would not answer aloud. Then he opened, not the room, not the gate, the letter slid again, and let a word through that the world had not heard since fences were first negotiated between fields. The terrace remembered edges. Air remembered that sound is allowed to carry. Noon cracked and forgot its schedule. The God King blinked. He had not expected a boy to be fluent in so antique a refusal. Boundaries are for the weak, the God King said, but he said it as if testing whether the sentence still worked. Boundaries are for the loved, the orphan said, and stepped. The step was not elegant, it was correct. The square returned to line. The line refused a wind. The wind flattered a curtain and left wars alone for a moment. Mara moved beside him, spear-writing careful nouns in the air. Stay, hold, now. The noble stepped to his other side and raised his broken hand like a lantern. Wind learned humility. The city breathed in unison once, a wave rolling backward through streets and courtyards, and the breath arrived at his back like a vote. The God King tilted his head. The warmth left his eyes. He stopped teaching. He started ruling. Enough. Education, he said, and the world split. He did not crack the earth. He split what the earth meant. Streets ended 3 inches before their destinations. Bridges met their far ends with the long gaze of estranged lovers. Houses embraced their shadows instead of their inhabitants. The city folded subtly, like a letter misaddressed. People gasped not at pain but at dislocation. He felt his own name move 1/2 inch to the left in his mouth. He almost opened the room. He did not. He did something harder. He closed every small door he had ever learned to close in the right order, fast enough to find that order inside speed. 3, 2, 1. Within him, around him, behind him. The room in his ribs calmed, not asleep, not awake, like a cat watching its favorite window. The square traced thin, exact lines. The lines stitched. The world resisted. He persisted. The God King lifted a hand, and day caught in it like cloth in a thorn. He clenched. The cloth burned. Noon charred. Skies blackened from the edges inward. A slow scorch that felt like policy turned vicious. The city groaned. Armies lifted shields and found they were umbrellas under meteors. Look, the God King said to no one in particular. At what mercy costs? He opened his hand. Fire fell. The 3rd reversal. Near ruin. He could not subtract all the fire. He could not even subtract enough. Buildings bloomed into ash. Streets glowed. People ran and did not run. The hawk beat at flames with its wings and turned 3 sparks aside and missed 6. Mara's hair lit. She slapped it out, eyes never leaving the God King's chest. The noble swallowed heat and turned it into a wind that did not cool, only carried the burn elsewhere, and hated himself for the arithmetic. Open the room, the ancestor blood said. No seduction this time. Fact, or watch them pay your debt. He opened the room. The first entered like a line drawn on a trembling hand. The trembling stopped. The line did not. Edges multiplied. The world found things it could be besides obedient. The fire forgot to spread and began for the first time in centuries to learn the difference between hunger and warmth. The God King smiled, and the smile was not kind. "There you are," he said, to the room, to the edge, to the rumor. "My quarrel." He attacked, and the attack was not power, it was authority. Laws shifted mid-fall to catch only mortals. Gravity remembered preferences. Colors obeyed etiquette. The first's edge cut, and the cut refused to bleed. The boy stood, in a room that wanted to be a house, that wanted to be a hill, that wanted to be a country. He could feel, through the floor of his ribs, the cost mounting like snow. Mara shouted something that was not a word, but a command shaped like his name. He looked and saw her spear, the dusk cloth, the small square she had tied at the butt as a joke or a prayer. He saw the noble limbed in wind, mouth open in a sound, stolen by policy. He saw the city, 1,000 hands making thousands of small refusals, all at once, like a field turning into seed heads in a single gust. He was not alone, which is sometimes worse, because then you have responsibility instead of doom. "Part of me," he said to the room, to the first, to the argument. "Take part of me." "Specify," said the first. "Precision is the highest courtesy." "Take the part that hates them," he said, eyes on the God King. "The part that wants to be a storm because storms are easy. The part that would call obedience victory. Take the appetite." The room considered the offering. Appetite is useful in wars. Appetite is also how wars never end. The first accepted the collateral, something inside him that had been heat and hunger, and exhilaration and cruelty, uncoiled and stretched toward a door and went through. He staggered. It felt like sacrificing a weapon and keeping the hand. It felt like losing music and gaining rhythm. The God King's eyes sharpened. "What did you pay?" he asked, and the question sounded like a man trying to estimate a building's structural integrity from the echo of a knock. "Enough to stand," he said. He lifted both hands and did not call lightning or open doors or move mountains. He drew 2 lines. Between them, a road. Reversal 4. The rally that costs. The road did not go anywhere ordinary. It went through the God King. Not as a blade, as a choice. The road offered passage and demanded toll. The toll was authority. The God King stepped back, not from fear. Gods do not step back from fear, but from the distaste of paying for a thing they think they own. He swung his arm and policy tried to cancel the road. Policy tripped. The road was older. Mortals walked it with their eyes. It walked them back into themselves. "End this," the God King said, and he meant mercy. He meant stop making precedent. He meant stop teaching them. "No," the orphan said, and meant love. He meant learn. The God King sighed. The sigh was not weather. It was regret practiced into shape. "Then be exemplary." He drew a blade that never left its sheath and cut the world with the idea of it. The cut found the boy's sternum. Pain arrived politely, late to a party, wearing too much cologne. He fell to one knee. His breath retreated to corners. The room shook its head. Not that door. He looked up and saw Mara moving. 3 steps. Spear low, shoulder dipped, the way you move when you will break if you stop. He saw the noble stepping into a wind that had decided to refuse him. He saw the city not kneel. He stood. Standing is a language. He spoke it. "Come down," he told the God King, and put weight into down that traveled through stone to the law that made horizons. The God King's foot sank an inch. Surprise flickered like a fish in clear water. He had not been invited to obey in a long time. He pressed. The God King answered with a strike that rearranged the shape of distance, and made the mountain's oldest stones remember the day they had been melted into agreement. He caught the strike and let it bruise him into a new outline. He gave the bruise a name, cost. He fed it to the road. The road lengthened. "Look at him," someone said. "Maybe a child. Maybe a god. He is smaller and he is larger." The God King shifted strategies. He stepped sideways into a story that had already happened and pulled an advantage from it like a blade from a sheath hidden in memory. For a heartbeat, the orphan fought the boy he had been and lost. He hit the ground in the orchard behind the dormitories in the year he had learned that kindness hides knives. He saw the cheerful boy alive and busy, stealing a laugh from a scowling cook. He saw the sharp-eyed girl mutter a fact to her notebook. He saw himself refuse to cry. He wanted to live there. He stood here. "Do not bargain with yesterday," Mara's voice said from the future, and he obeyed. He cut the story. It bled into the present and fed the ground with a memory that made roots stronger. The God King frowned. This was taking too long. He reached up and brushed noon with his fingers, and the sky burned. Clouds turned to papyrus and ignited. The sun rolled its shoulders and threw off sparks like coins. The hawk dove through a field of embers and came out trailing a line of fire that it broke against the God King's cheek. A red line formed, small as the beginning of a signature. The God King touched it and looked at his fingers, shocked to find evidence of a sentence that included him as subject and object both. He roared. The roar was not a sound. It was a cancellation. Everything paused, waiting to be told whether it still existed. He spoke into that pause. 3, he said. Mara moved on instinct. 2, he said. The noble lifted his broken hand, and the wind learned to cradle. 1, he said, and the city breathed. He did not strike. He held. He held like the instructor had held the mountain. He held like a bridge holds and hates letting go. He held the God King's gaze and offered him a road again, and again the toll waited like a hand. "What part of you did you give?" the God King asked. And now there was hunger in the question. Gods are greedy for models. "The part that would have made me you," he said. Understanding arrived. It made the God King ugly for a second. Less inevitable, more man. He stepped forward with a speed that ignored distance, and put his blade that was not a blade against the boy's throat that was not a boy's throat anymore. "Then you are weak," he said softly, as if telling a student a kindness that will hurt now and help later. "Then I am free," he said, and the blade could not find purchase because freedom is poor steel. Reversal 5, collapse and answer. Money. God King dropped and drove his knee into the boy's chest and pinned him to law. The boy forgot breath. The room in his ribs went dark for a blink, and in that blink the world poured into him like a tide into an emptied harbor. He drowned in meaning. He would have stayed drowned gladly. He had paid appetite, and absence yawned and asked for company. He almost offered his name. Mara's spear hit the God King's shoulder, and the God King turned and struck her with a thought. She flew backward and hit stone. She slid. She did not rise. The noble screamed a word that cracked wind. The hawk threw itself against the God King's face and was ignored like weather. The men and women on the terraces leaned forward, as if bodies could tip a scale on which the city had been set. He found the floor of himself with his palms. He found the bottom, which is a gift and a boundary. He pushed up from it. He stood. The God King struck downward and met a hand that had learned to be a wall politely. The blow went around him and into the mountain and came out as flowers somewhere miles away. He stepped. He lifted Mara with a look. She breathed and coughed and rolled and found her knees and then her feet because that is who she had made herself into. Knees into feet into a line you can't push over forever. Sacrifice, the room whispered. Specify. My voice, he said and meant. The part that loves the sound of itself when it orders the world. the part that would make speeches at thunder. Take the part that would preach. The room accepted. Speech left him like a talent outraged to be evicted. He could still talk. He could not seduce with it anymore. He could not intoxicate himself. He could only instruct, and instruction is heavier. He exhaled, and the exhale did not become a policy, only a breath. It was enough. He looked at the God King and did not speak. He drew a line in the air, and the line became a thread, and the thread became a stitch, and the stitch closed a wound in the sky that men had been calling destiny because they did not have another word. The God King lunged, and the stitch held. He tried again, and the stitch held. He snarled and took the battle upward, to the place eagles find vulgar. The boy followed without wings. The hawk screamed encouragement and counted heights. Up there, armies looked like thoughts. The city was an argument that had decided to stay married. The river was a sentence that had learned punctuation. The world waited as if a teacher had left the room for a moment, and everyone decided to be good without being told. The God King threw storms until storms were embarrassed. He threw light, and it came back as shade. He threw absence, and it returned, as a door that refused him. The boy was small, and exact, and relentless. A knife sharpening itself against a whetstone called love. He did not try to kill a god. He tried to teach the world how to refuse one. It is a slower tactic. It is a surer one. Then the God King changed everything with a single true thing. "You are not an orphan," he said, and pointed, not at the boy, but at the city, at the hawk, at Mara, at the noble, at the mountain that had learned manners. "You never were." It was a cruel kindness. It ripped away one of his armors, the one made of loneliness that lets a man accept ruin, because it will hurt no one that matters. He faltered. The room heard the falter and offered policies to replace feelings. He declined. He chose pain instead. He plummeted 5 yards. The God King rose to finish him. The hawk dived and struck the God King's eye and left behind a memory of a scrap, of bread slid across a table years ago in a hall that had smelled of soup and disappointment. The God King reeled as if the past had weight. He climbed. The noble shouted a rhythm from below, and the wind complied, lifting him with hands that had been taught better manners. Mara planted her spear, and the spear cast a thin, impossible line up the sky, and he grabbed it with the part of his hand that had never learned to let go. He reached the God King and placed 2 fingers on his sternum, left of center, and pushed. It was not a blow. It was an edit. The God King's sentence broke in the middle and recomposed itself with a pause that admitted other voices. "Yield," he said, forgetting he had paid speech. The word reached anyway. "Some words do." The God King laughed once. It was ugly and human and saved his soul for a second. "To whom? To what comes next," he said, and drew the last line. It was not straight. It had learned from roads and rivers, and the way spines bend under burdens no one should carry. It curved around the God King, and around the city, and around the river, and around the mountain, and around the world, and met itself on the far side, not to bind, but to include. Inside the line, choices. Outside, appetite. The God King struck it with policy, and the line hummed and turned the policy into a bill, and the bill into confetti, and the confetti into seed. "Sacrifice," the room said a final time, gentle as a mother asking a child to hand over a sharp toy. "Specify. Finish it," he knew. He closed his eyes. He put his hand on his own chest and said goodbye to the orphan who had survived by counting. He kept the ritual. He kept refusal. He gave away the hunger and the voice, and now, the name that had not been given by anyone but himself. He let it go. It tore him. It freed him. It made room. Power filled that room. Not tide. Not appetite. Not policy. Craft. He opened his eyes. He saw the God King for what he was, a craftsman who had forgotten why he started making. He reached out, and without anger, took the blade that had never left its sheath, and sheathed it properly in a scabbard the God King did not know he had wanted: solitude. He took the crown that had never been worn and set it down where crowns belong, on the floor as a doorstop, to hold open a way for those who would come through behind him. The God King sagged. He did not fall. He breathed. He looked suddenly ancient in the way honest men look when someone tells them the truth too late. "What are you?" he asked, and the question held no accounting. "I am what lines are for," he said, not with voice, but with the world learning the sentence. He offered the road one more time. The toll waited. The God King looked at it, and for the first time in his long administration, paid. He stepped onto the road and walked out of kingship and into the work. His grandeur dimmed. His exactness remained. He was smaller. He was truer. Armies below did not see a man abdicate. They saw the sky stop being a weapon. They saw the river relax. They saw hills sag with relief. They saw a hawk land on a shoulder and stay. He descended, not as a meteor, not as a king, but as a craftsman done with a day. The terraces held. People made a noise that was not cheer and not sob, a chord that crowds rarely find without being told where to stand. Mara came to him and touched his forehead with 2 knuckles. 3, 2, 1. And he remembered every small door he had shut to arrive alive. The noble stood beside him and lifted his broken hand, and the wind wrapped it like cloth. The winter-haired instructor was not there and was entirely present. The staff that wasn't laid its invisible weight across the boy's palms until his fingers accepted it. Children with chalk on their cheeks stared up at him with an attention that could build or ruin a century. Someone said it first. Maybe a baker, maybe a tender, maybe a child. He isn't an orphan. The city repeated it until the sentence fit the air. He wasn't. He stood in the square he had drawn for the world and learned that it was wide enough to hold him too. He felt the first in the room behind his ribs attend, and then step back. Doors are proud when they are used correctly. He looked at the God King, who was no longer a king. The man nodded, awkward in humility. "We will argue again," the man said, like a promise and a hope. "We will," he agreed, and smiled the kind of smile that does not intoxicate, only invites labor. The armies grounded their spears. The gods, watching from wherever they watch, when they do not want to be seen, adjusted their ledgers around a new entry they did not know how to classify. The spiral learned to live inside the square without losing its curve. Bells without clappers chimed in a wind that had learned better jokes. He turned to the city, to the mountain, to the marsh, to the road he had drawn, and the room he had opened, and the doors he had closed. He bowed, not as a subject, as a craftsman, acknowledging material. "I am not less human," he said, though the voice he had spent was gone. The sentence moved anyway, carried by breath not his. "I am a god among mortals because I remember which part of me is supposed to kneel and which part is supposed to stand." The earth held steady for a full breath, as if the world had agreed to be measured by his timing for one moment out of politeness and respect. Then life resumed its bad habits. Fires to be put out, roofs to be patched, babies to be rocked, bread to be raised, ledgers to be argued with, mirrors to be cleaned of fog. He walked into that work like a man late to a shift. The hawk ruffled, pleased. Mara's spear rested, patient. The noble laughed once, startled to find it in his chest. The city exhaled the way a workshop does when the tool it needed has been found under a pile of sawdust. There would be other gods. There would be cultists with new accounting, There would be winters that bit and summers that lied. There would be days when he would want the appetite back, when voice would seem the faster way. He had given those away. He had kept what mattered. He would count. He would close small doors. He would open the right rooms. He would draw lines that included instead of caged. He would carry the staff that was not there, and the bell that would never ring, and the name he had given up, and the names people would give him instead. He stood, no longer an orphan, and the world stood with him. This is where we leave him. No longer the shadow trudging past marble banners. No longer the boy who slept in a drafty cot and learned to breathe quieter than the insults. We met an orphan everyone called trash, watched him stumble through. Trials designed to break him, saw his bruises fade overnight and the relics wake when he walked by. We followed him into the dark where trust was a knife, into betrayal and near death, into the burning library behind his ribs, where a lineage older than God's turned over, opened its eye, and whispered a name he had not yet learned to own. He did. He stood when the Academy wished him invisible. He stood when a relic sang his name through glass. He stood when the people he dared to love were turned into bait, when monsters taught by nightmares crawled out of the south, when a teacher he respected became a hinge to keep the mountain from falling. He stood when storms learned his footsteps, when the sky made its blade from cloud, when ledgers tried to turn lives into numbers that could be subtracted without grief. He learned the slow arithmetic of survival, the math of mercy that refuses, cruel sums, and somewhere between the first no and the last, the world began to answer back. The river remembered mercy. The wind learned to carry, not cut. The city that never expected him to matter began to hold him up the way scaffolds hold a wall that deserves to stand. A rival became an ally. A friend became a symbol. A hawk chose his shoulder and would not leave. He didn't become a hero in a single strike. He became one refusal at a time. We watched him pay for power the only way that keeps a soul honest, by letting go. He gave up the easy hunger that turns victories into trophies. He spent the voice that could have intoxicated crowds and kept only the words that instruct. He surrendered the name he carried alone, so the world could give him a better one. He chose craft over conquest, boundary over appetite, road over throne. And when the God King finally came, exact and inevitable, he met that inevitability with work. A line that included, instead of bound, a road anyone brave enough could walk. If you rewind everything we've seen, bullying, humiliation, that first flicker of instinct, the vault's blade humming in recognition, you can track the spine of this story as it straightens. A powerless orphan becomes a student of patience. The student becomes a rebel. The rebel becomes a craftsman. And the craftsman becomes something stranger and truer than thunder, a god among mortals, who still remembers which part of him kneels and which part stands. That's why the city felt steadier when he walked past. That's why small doors kept closing, right on time. That's why the great enemies, the storm that counts, the sun that burns receipts into skin, the absence that calls itself holy, couldn't finish their math. He changed the equation without breaking the world. He didn't replace the gods. He taught the ground to refuse them, and yet, even in victory, listen to what he chose not to say. No proclamations, no eternal edicts, just breath, just the road, just a quiet promise that tomorrow's work will still be work, with roofs to patch and bread to rise and 1,000 tiny refusals to keep the big ones honest. He is no longer an orphan because a city decided to be his family and a world decided to share his timing. But he is not done, because here's the truth. Every legend tries to dodge. Endings are edges, and edges are beginnings that learn to draw straight. Gods have fallen. Ledgers are ash. The spiral gate is cracked and the mountain still stands. And he, our nameless boy turned boundary and bridge, has taken his place where myths earn their keep. Not on a throne, but at a workbench, drafting a future that doesn't need permission. So we'll ask the question the last fight dared us, to ask, and then left hanging over the ruins like a banner the wind refused to tear. But when gods fall, what comes next? Maybe rival cities come with kinder ledgers and sharper knives. Maybe the cult grows new hands and new bells. Maybe other heavens remember they were watching and step down with brighter arguments. Or maybe the danger is smaller and harder. Complacency, a cheap peace, an easy hero who forgets the cost and starts spending lives like pocket change. Whatever comes, it will find him there, counting, breathing, putting one exact line where chaos wants a wall and one open door where fear wants a cage. And if you want us to keep walking that road with you, through new betrayals, new monsters, new arguments with the sky, then you already know what to do. If you loved this story, hit like and subscribe. We've got more epic journeys and betrayals to uncover. Your support turns these retellings into the kind of map other viewers can follow. One last thing before we close the book for tonight. I want to hear from you. Stories like this are arguments we write together. Would you accept godhood if it meant losing your humanity? Let me know below. Tell me the line you wouldn't cross, the part of yourself you'd never surrender, the price you think is too high. Even to save a world, because in the end, that's the question our orphan turned God keeps answering, one refusal at a time. Not, can I win? But who do I become if I do? If you've stayed with us this far, thank you for the time, the breath, the count. Rest well, keep your doors in the right places, and we'll meet again, where the next legend begins to draw its first straight line.